I'd like to welcome everyone in the Baker Meeting Room and those online this evening to this meeting of the Bismarck Planning and Zoning Commission. And I can tell we've got some important items on the agenda this evening just by the number of folks that are joining us, and it's good to see. So with that, I'm going to call the meeting to order. And the first item on our agenda, and let me get this squared away, is public comment. We're changing things up just a little bit to match.
We should call roll.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Schmitz. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Bittner?
Here.
Commissioner Field?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Lukens?
Here.
Schell?
Here.
Schmitz?
Here.
Sivak?
Here.
Wangen? Zent?
Here.
Schwartz?
Here, thank you. And thank you. Something new on the agenda, and I get ahead of myself. With that, we're going to open up this evening with public comment. And Commissioner Schmitz is very familiar with this because it happens with the City Commission meetings all the time. And we're going to adapt the same format with this meeting. So with that, what we'd like it to be is about, if need be, 30 minutes long. Everybody would get a 5-minute chance to speak. And the way we would like to run it would be that you can comment on anything in the previous meeting, which would have been on the 23rd of July, or anything in this meeting that does not have a public hearing. And so with that, and when you come up to the podium, if you would sign the log and then indicate what item you're going to speak to, that would be wonderful, and introduce yourself. So with that, I'll open the public comment period. If there are others, if anyone would care to step to the podium and speak, they are welcome to at this time. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. My name's Holly Murphy, and I live in the south end of Bismarck, kind of on the corner of Washington and Meridian, a little bit to the south of that. I'm here to speak on the rezoning of the South Meadows.
And Holly, there's going to be a public hearing on that if you want to wait
Okay.
until that time to speak.
Okay. Perfect.
And
I will.
you'll have an opportunity to do that.
That would be wonderful.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hello, my name is Spencer
sir.
Olvestead. I live in Bismarck, and I'm here to support the chickens ordinance.
Spencer,
Yes?
did I get that right? There will be a public hearing
Oh, for
on
that one too.
ordinance.
Okay.
So you can step up at that time.
Okay.
If there is a public hearing, if you look on the agenda and there is a public hearing for this evening, you don't need to step up now. You can wait until we get to that agenda item and speak to it then. If you see something on either this agenda that does not have a public hearing and you'd like to speak to, then please feel free to step forward. Or if there was something on last month's agenda, and it could be anything that you'd like to address, then you're certainly welcome to step up to the podium for that.
When is that public hearing?
Excuse me,
When is the public hearing for like South Meadows?
that would be this evening.
This evening?
Yes, Holly.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I am here to speak on the South Meadows addition. But there was also a South Meadows addition on the corner of Burley and Washington that you guys heard previously.
Okay.
And I believe that has a lot to do with what we're going to speak on today on the current South Meadows addition. They're both rezoning for apartment buildings in the same neighborhood. So
Okay, you're welcome to speak.
It
at
is
either-
now the time
at
for
either
that?
time, If
Okay.
you'd like to, or you can save it until.
yeah, my concern is on both. I know you guys already heard the rezoning on the corner of Washington and Burley. And I guess my biggest concern is living in the neighborhood, and there's a lot of us here, I believe. There was no notice that there was a hearing on the rezoning. There were supposed to be letters or postcards mailed out, and as a group, we did not receive that. We did prepare a letter to the commission that we sent off about a month and a half ago requesting a response on why we weren't notified of the rezoning of that in particular. I think you're aware of the corner lot that I'm speaking of in the South Meadows?
Yes, it was, the last meeting was for future land use amendment and a zoning map amendment. And the item on this evening's agenda is for actually rezoning the property.
Okay, because there's two lots that we're talking about that are rezoning for apartments. One is on the corner of Burley and Washington, and one's on Washington and Meridian.
Meridian?
So there's two separate lots that we're looking at rezoning and putting one 60-plex unit and one 80-plex unit. And I think the concern is the same for both lots and the rezoning from the group of us that have purchased our homes, the property values of our homes. I'm talking about the roundabout that we put in, all the road construction, the congestion down there. I think we need to address the amount of kids that are going to be in these units, trying to put them all in Solheim. I mean, I think we have about 10 or 12 giant concerns of putting another 160 apartment complex on these two lots. And so I wanted to voice my concern, and I don't know if this is the proper time. I apologize if it's not, but I'm concerned on both lots in the city. When we all bought our property, both of those were zoned for single-family twin homes or single-family homes. When we all purchased that, a lot of money was paid as a group, and I'm very concerned about more apartment complexes going up. Not to mention all the apartment complexes on Washington alone near that new gas station as well. I think there's 700 and some units in the last year just on that south end of Washington. So I would love to answer any questions you guys might have for me. I know there's a lot of other people that are going to speak on this, but.
Commissioners, questions?
I just want
Commissioner
to
Schmitz?
get clarification because I also live down there, so I know where we're talking about. But you're talking about the southeast corner of Washington and Burley?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to.
Well,
Well, the southwest has already got apartments on it.
Meridian,
I understand that. That's south. South of Burley on Meridian
and west of Washington.
and west of Washington. I understand that because that's the item today. That's the item today. I'm trying to get the picture of which other parcel it is. Okay.
Just
But that's
dead
not on
south
the
of the
corner.
tree.
It's actually off the corner. Okay. Thank you for clarification. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood which piece that was. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schmitz. Any other questions, Commissioners, for Holly? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Holly. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to step up for this public period. And I'm going to make a second call. All right, and a third call. And with that, we'll close the public comment period, and we'll move on with our agenda for this evening. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, and we have a couple of items on there. Thank you. Commissioners, we need approval of the July meeting minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Zent
Second.
and a second from Commissioner Lukens. Any additional discussion? Not seeing or hearing any? Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Sivak,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. We will move on to the consent agenda then for this evening. There's a couple of items on there. The first one is Olive Tree Second Subdivision. It's a request for a preliminary plat, and staff recommends a call for a public hearing. The second item is Silver Ranch Third Edition, third replat. It is a call for a zoning map amendment and a minor subdivision final plat. Staff recommends a call for public hearing for both. And then the final item in the consent agenda is short-term rentals, and it's a request for a zoning ordinance text amendment. And staff recommendation is to call for a public hearing. Commissioners, what are your wishes with the consent agenda for this evening?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented for the calls for public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Schmitz. We have,
Second.
and a second from Commissioner Zant. Any additional discussion? Not seeing or hearing any. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Seavuck,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
yes,
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. With that, we will move on to our regular agenda for this evening. And the first item we have is Elk Ridge Fourth Edition, and Jenny is going to provide us with staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Schwartz, Commissioners. Section 18 Land LLC is requesting approval of an annexation for all of Elk Ridge 4th Edition. This request is located in northwest of Bismarck between North Washington Street and River Road, east of Tyler Parkway and north of Frisco Way, and consists of 23.65 acres. A zoning map amendment from the A Agricultural Zoning District to the R10 Residential Zoning District and major subdivision final plat for Elk Ridge 4th Edition was approved by the Planning Commission last month on July 23rd, 2025. Both, again, were approved by the City Commission at their meeting last night. The City of Bismarck and other agencies would be able to provide the necessary public services and facilities and programs to serve the development allowed by the annexation. The area of the proposed annexation is contiguous to the existing corporate limits. 36% more or less of the proposed annexation perimeter adjoins corporate limits. Creation of any new lots in the city of Bismarck is subject to development capital charges for municipal utilities. These charges would be due at the later of 3 points: plating and annexation, establishing a water and sewer escrow, or receipt of street petitions. In this case, UCCs, or utility capital charges, would be due when street petitions are received. Annexations do not have a public hearing before this board. The public will be notified of this request before its hearing by the City Commission, as will Burleigh County and Hay Creek Township, in accordance with provisions of Section 4051.205 of the North Dakota Century Code. This request was evaluated according to standards contained within the Comprehensive Plan, Bismarck Code of Ordinances, and state law. And as a result of all the findings contained in the staff report, staff find that the proposed annexation would not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare, and is consistent with our Comprehensive Plan, Code of Ordinances, and state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the annexation of all of Elk Ridge 4th Edition. Do you have questions?
Commissioners, questions for Jenny? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Jenny. Thank you. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing for this agenda item. Actually, there is no public hearing, I'm sorry. This is final consideration for the annexation request. Staff recommendation is to approve. Commissioners, what are your wishes?
move to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Johnson.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Zant. Commissioners, any additional discussion? Without seeing or hearing any, Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes,
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Seavuck,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
yes,
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. With that, we move on to item number B in our regular agenda, which is part of East Century Avenue and 52nd Street Northeast. Isaac is going to provide us with staff report on this item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. Our next regular agenda item is also an annexation, but a little different this time. For this one, the City of Bismarck is requesting approval of the annexation of just the rights-of-way, as shown on the screens before you, just the rights-of-way of some future portions of East Century Avenue and 52nd Street Northeast in conjunction with a 2025 road construction project. This is located kind of on the east side of Bismarck right now, north of the interstate, south of Gold Drive, and along the aforementioned future extensions of East Century Avenue and 52nd Street Northeast. The project area is about 10.25 acres, give or take, and will include only the rights-of-way. There are no lots and blocks being requested for annexation at this time. The project includes a previously dedicated portion of East Century Avenue adjacent to Lot 24, Block 7, and Lot 1, Block 8, Sattler Sunrise, 6th Edition, as well as other land that was more recently purchased by the city and platted via a right-of-way plat that was recorded with the Burleigh County Recorder's Office as document number 974737, and that document was included in the staff report for your reference. This area, as seen, was included in a previous major street plan amendment project, and that was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission on September 25th, 2024, and then by the City Commission on October 8, 2024. The purpose of that project was to align the future plans with the then near future and now more near future road construction project. The project area, or the land around it, is still in a largely undeveloped state and surrounded by land that is zoned A agricultural. As you can see right now, the area is largely identified as being urban neighborhood in our future land use plan, which would be areas that are, at this point, expected to become places that could generally be described as places for quiet enjoyment of home life, with a little bit on the south there of neighborhood mixed use, which is where you might expect some more commercial activity, at least given current trends. The public will be notified of this request prior to the public hearing at the City Commission in accordance with state law, as well as formal notifications to Burleigh County and Gibbs Township. We did send an initial letter to Gibbs Township on August 7th, but we will send an additional one in a full accordance with the state law when that is time. As a cumulative result of all the findings contained in the staff reports before you, City of Bismarck staff find that the annexation would not adversely impact public health, safety, and general welfare, as well as being consistent with the comprehensive plan, Bismarck Code of Ordinances, and relevant state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the annexation of the rights-of-way of East Century Avenue and 52nd Street Northeast, as shown on the screens and described in the staff report. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Commissioners, questions for Isaac? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Isaac. Thank you. With that, Commissioners, this is once again final consideration and for this annexation request, and staff recommends approval. What are your wishes?
Move to approve as presented.
Move to approve from Commissioner Schmitz.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. Any additional discussion? I'm not seeing or hearing any. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Sivak,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. With that, we move on to item C in our regular agenda, which is Northern Pacific Edition, Block 10, Lots 1 through 4. And once again, Isaac is going to provide us with staff report.
Good evening again, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. For this regular agenda item, the Community Development Department is requesting approval of a zoning map amendment from the existing RM30 residential zoning district to the DF Downtown Fringe zoning district for the area as shown on the screen there, as well as a future land use plan amendment from the existing urban neighborhood designation to the downtown designation for lots 1 through 4, Block 10, Northern Pacific Edition. That is the eastern half of the block shown shown there. This is located in central Bismarck on the west side of North 3rd Street in between East Avenue B and East Avenue C. And this request comes after a development inquiry was brought to staff's attention for one of the parcels in this project area that would not be permitted with the existing zoning. So after some conversations with that landowner in particular and providing them with some options, the chosen path forward was to request this zoning change to the DF Downtown Fringe District due to the adjacency, as you can see in the existing zoning there, the adjacency to already existing DF Downtown Fringe zoning to the east as well as to the south on those blocks. And then to maintain consistency with previous zoning changes to a downtown district, staff primarily recommends zoning changes for either half a block or a full block. And in this case, we are requesting the eastern half of that block to be rezoned. As part of this process, to maintain consistency with previous projects, staff sent out a letter to all eight of the property owners in question here, describing what the proposed change would look like and listing, as shown here, what the differences between the existing and the proposed districts would look like. This letter also invited them to an informational meeting for the property owners to ask questions, in addition to providing staff contact information for them to reach out via phone or email at any time. A copy of that letter was provided with the staff report, as well as this table describing the districts that was sent and included. In general, all of the existing uses that are there right now would still be permitted in the DF Downtown Fringe District, but it would provide some increased flexibility for developing other uses such as offices or commercial things, as well as increased flexibility for setback and height limits. The requested future land use plan amendment from the urban neighborhood or UN designation to the downtown or DT designation is just to maintain some consistency between the zoning and the future land use plan in this case. So in addition to the notification that was sent directly to the property owners before this all even started, the public, more broadly speaking, was notified of this request via our standard notification procedures, including Bismarck Tribune publications on August 15th and 22nd of this year, and 85 postcards were mailed to nearby property owners on August 15th as well. And to the best of my knowledge, staff have not received any formal public comments regarding this request. And as a cumulative result of all the findings contained in the staff report, City of Bismarck staff find that the zoning map amendment and future land use plan amendment would not adversely impact public health, safety, and general welfare, and that it is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, Bismarck Code of Ordinances, and relevant state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the zoning map amendment from the RM30 residential district to the DF Downtown Fringe district, and the future land use plan amendment from the UN urban neighborhood to the DT downtown designation for lots 1 through 4, Block 10, Northern Pacific Edition. Does the commission have any questions for me at this time?
Commissioners, questions for Isaac? I'm not seeing any, Isaac.
Sorry, Chair.
Commissioner Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, question for you, Isaac. So the existing RM30 has a minimum setback of 25 feet. The new proposed downtown fringe has a maximum setback of 25 feet. So I guess I'm wondering how that works with the existing properties.
To the best of my knowledge, none of the buildings would be set back far enough that they would be considered non-conforming with this. And being an older part of town, buildings were typically built closer to the property lines. So as far as I'm aware, it would not put any of these structures into a non-conforming status.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. Commissioners, additional questions for Isaac? Isaac, I have one question for you.
Yes.
In looking at the differences between RM30 and the downtown fringe, I was wondering, and without disclosing who or what the group is, how or what is being done that needs, because it feels like the downtown fringe is quite wide open to almost anything.
So in this particular example, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners, there are no specific conditions or restrictions being recommended upon this particular area as a part of this zoning change. So in theory, yes, someone could put an office building or commercial structure somewhere. There are other office buildings nearby, but the downtown fringe does not permit, more intense commercial or even industrial uses. So there is still some limitations, but not as many limitations as there are in the RM30 residential district, which is primarily primarily residential with some exceptions for things like a church or something like that, if that answers your question.
I think it does. Thank you. Any additional questions, commissioners? I'm not seeing or hearing any. Isaac. Thank you. This is a public hearing, and with that, I will open the public hearing. Is either the requester or a representative here to speak to this agenda item? And I guess this is being requested by the city, so Isaac has already spoke. Are there others that would care to step to the podium and address this agenda item? And I'm not seeing or hearing any. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Isaac, any additional comments?
None at this time, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners?
Chair Schwartz, if I may, I could maybe elaborate a little bit on Commissioner Larson's question. And so I have had the opportunity to confirm what Isaac stated, that this would not create any nonconformities with the setbacks.
Daniel, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
I'm sorry. This would not create any nonconformities with the setbacks. All the buildings are set back from the front property line already less than 25 feet in this area. We do allow that, and there's an exception in our ordinance written for pre-existing buildings, and they can meet the context of the existing surroundings. So as this changes, if you wish, to the downtown fringe zoning district, it would comply with those setbacks as well.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. With that, commissioners, this is a request for a future land use plan amendment, which staff recommends approval, and a zoning map amendment, which staff recommends approval. What are your wishes?
I'll move to approve.
Commissioner Larson makes a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. Any additional discussion? Not seeing or hearing any. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Sivak,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. With that, we move on to item D, which is South Meadows Edition, third replat, Lot 1, lots 1 to 10. And Lauren is going to provide us with staff report this evening.
Good evening, Chairman Schwartz and Commissioners. Investcorp Inc. is requesting approval of a future land use plan amendment from the urban neighborhood designation to the neighborhood mixed use designation, as well as a zoning map amendment from the R10 residential zoning district to the RM20 residential zoning district for lots 1 through 10, Block 1, South Meadows Edition, third replat. The request is located in southwest Bismarck, south of West Burley Avenue in the southwest quadrant of the intersection of South Washington Street and Meridian Drive. I would like to provide a clarification on the project size. The entire plat area of 4.01 acres, which includes the right-of-way, was noted in the staff report, so that's your gross area there. The total lot area is 2.96, so that net area. This request would allow the opportunity for the multifamily residential uses in this area, and the density component would be related to that net area. Adjacent uses include single and two-family residential to the west and north across Meridian Drive, a public utility facility and single-family residential to the south, and undeveloped single and two-family residential to the east across South Washington Street. The property has been identified as urban neighborhood in the future land use plan, although the applicant has requested an amendment that would render the entire project area as neighborhood mixed use if approved. The urban neighborhood areas are places for quiet enjoyment of home life and the neighborhood mixed-use areas are the social and commercial gathering spaces for the immediate surrounding residential areas. The public was notified of this request. A notice was published in the Bismarck Tribune on August 15th and 22nd, and 68 postcards were mailed to the owners of nearby properties on August 15th, 2025. Staff has received several comments regarding this request. Staff has received phone calls from 3 separate individuals, and an additional 10 comments were received. Those written comments were forwarded to the Commission prior to this meeting. A majority of the comments, both from the phone as well as the written comments, were against the proposed request. These comments included concerns related to school overcrowding, traffic and safety concerns, neighborhood character, property values, density and parking issues, noise and light pollution, increased crime potential, and increased resource need and environmental impacts. The request was evaluated according to standards contained within the Comprehensive Plan, Code of Ordinances, and state law. The applicant is proposing to amend the zoning in this area from the R10 residential zoning district, which allows single and two-family residential uses, to the RM20 residential zoning district, which would allow multifamily residential uses. Multifamily residential uses would align with the neighborhood mixed-use designation in the future land use plan rather than the urban neighborhood designation. The proposed zoning district has a minimum lot width of 60 feet for all development except for row houses and townhouses for the RM district. The lot modification associated with this request would bring these lots into conformity with this dimensional requirement for a multifamily residential use. As a result of all findings contained in the staff report, City of Bismarck staff find that the proposed future land use plan amendment and zoning map amendment would not adversely impact public health, safety, and general welfare. Therefore, staff recommends approval of a future land use plan amendment from the urban neighborhood designation to the neighborhood mixed use designation, and a zoning map amendment from the R10 residential zoning district to the RM20 residential zoning district for lots 1 through 10, Block 1, South Meadows Edition, 3rd replat, with the condition that the associated lot modification is approved prior to recordation of the zoning map amendment. Do you have questions for me?
Commissioners, questions for Lauren? Commissioner Schell.
Lauren, the existing zoning is an R10. Can you maybe go through the history of that parcel before it was an R10, back to at least when the plat was approved? If you have that.
Great question, Commissioner Schell. Excuse me. Commissioners, this parcel or this area of land was rezoned originally from a county designation to the city agricultural zoning district in 1976. It was then rezoned in 2014 to RM15. And in 2017, it was rezoned from the RM15 to an R10 designation, which it's currently at today.
Commissioner Schell, proceed.
Thank you, Lauren. And maybe one just follow-up. In terms of the number of units that this parcel land could support with this density, how does that compare to what the applicant is proposing, or do they know what they're proposing? And maybe that's not a question for you, but maybe it's for the applicant once the public hearing starts. But if staff knows that, I guess, is that something that you can disclose?
I would punt that question over to the developer or the applicant's representative specifically. Related to density, though, for compared to an RM within our ordinance, that can vary between 3 to 30 units. The applicant, as stated in this request, is looking to do that 20 units per acre. And I want to make sure you're aware our ordinance is different between the RM and the R10 with how density is calculated according specifically in ordinance. Within the RM areas, it's for net acre, whereas the R10 is gross acre. So there's a bit of a difference there with how density is calculated according to the ordinance.
Mr. Schell, thank you. Commissioners, additional questions? Lauren, I have one question for you. The proposed change makes the neighborhood mixed use, and I was a little bit confused because In the narrative here, it says that neighborhood mixed-use areas are for social and commercial gathering spaces for the immediate and surrounding residential areas. And I was trying to figure out how that correlated into what's being proposed.
Great question, Chair Schwartz, Commissioners. So the urban neighborhood could permit the single-family, two-family, even up to 4 units total is where the residential component typically falls for that designation. If they're looking to go beyond that, as I said, staff isn't aware of that currently and would punt that question off to the applicant. But if they would go beyond that 4 units, the neighborhood mixed use provides for multifamily uses, but it can also permit two-family or even single-family within that area. So if it did happen that this area didn't develop in that multifamily, it still would align with any two-family or single-family residential uses that are currently permitted.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioners, questions? Lauren, thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'll open up the public hearing for this evening, and it looks like Landon is going to step up.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Landon Eimler with Swenson Hagen Engineering, representing Investcorp. Just to add a few points onto what Lauren had presented for us here, give maybe a little bit of history of this as well. So when this was originally platted back in 2014, like Lauren had mentioned, this particular parcel was zoned RM50, and it was designed for multifamily at that time. So when there's infrastructure needs, how the streets are built, how the stormwater ponds are built, they were built according to specs at that time to handle multifamily needs in this area. So if there's concerns about sort of the infrastructure can't handle this type of thing, that was addressed back in 2014 when it was originally developed and originally platted. Additionally, you know, we talk about it in this group a lot, and we talk about it at the city commission level. We talk about affordable housing. And when we talk about affordable housing, what we're actually saying is we need a diversity of home types. We need something beyond just single-family homes and even beyond just twin homes. With the RM zoning, that gives us the option, gives us a lot of options. Gives us condos and townhomes and row houses and apartments as well, of course. At this point, we don't know what this lot is going to be. This is just giving us the options to sort of get maybe a sale, possibly. The developer himself is not likely to build into this. He'll probably be selling it to a builder. But this gives us more options to kind of look at and say, well, we have 3 acres to work with here. What can we do on this piece to give us some more options out here? Additionally, sort of that idea of you know, the zoning allows for a certain number of units per acre, and that's correct. But of course, the zoning also limits how much can be built here. I mean, we can't just cover this entire lot with buildings and concrete. There are limitations to what we can do. There are height limitations. There are setback limitations. There are landscape buffering limitations. So it's not as though we can just cover this entire piece with apartment complexes and say, yes, we've completed what we tried to do here today. The idea is, of course, to make a reasonable idea of what can be handled down here. You know, there's also this idea where it's become more of an antiquated idea of RM and RT and R5 and R10 should all be separate, and they should not even be conjoined in any way. And this really doesn't align with sort of modern practices where we believe you should have all these different types of homes and businesses all kind of in the same area, so we're not just having this sort of these sprawling zoning that we see a lot. But that's what I had for you tonight. I can certainly answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioners, questions for Landon? Commissioner Shell. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Commissioner Fields.
Close. Well, the question I have, when all the adjacent homeowners bought their lots, were they assuming that that was going to be built out just like the rest of the neighborhood? Or so, I mean, with that being said, I guess I don't mind voting no on a lot of things, as people should notice. But it may be legal to do that, but it doesn't mean it's right to do that. So that's why I was wondering how it was portrayed. Now, when you sold them lots, if you would have said in the end, we're going to put an apartment building on the corner, they probably would have built somewhere else.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I can't speak to when people purchased homes and when they didn't versus when the zoning changed from the original RM15 into the R10 zoning. I don't know those timelines of when everybody purchased it. They certainly have that right to come up and discuss what they were expecting. But this is what we're asking for tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Field. Commissioner Shell.
Landon, can you walk through the logic on why you're requesting a zoning designation that is above what was originally master planned for the area, even if it's now currently an R10? Is there a reason why it's not requesting an RM15?
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Gill. As I mentioned before, right now the developer isn't planning on building himself. The idea is, of course, to sell. And in order to do that and to give the best options possible, we went with a slightly higher designation to that RM20 designation, which allows for 20 units per acre. Additionally, as anybody who's been in this industry for a while, to get to that 20 units per acre is exceedingly difficult without sort of involving underground parking and things like that, because the parking required for that many units can really eat up a lot of space. So just trying to give them the most options that we can. We don't know. This could become just a series of row houses or townhouses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shell. Commissioners, additional questions for Landon? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Landon. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. If you would put your name on the log and introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
My name is Kendall Couts. I live 2 houses away from this project.
I'm sorry, you said your name was?
Kendall Couts.
Kendall? Thank you.
So I live 2 houses away from this. We built 7 years ago with the understanding it was going to be a cul-de-sac with twin homes. To give a little clarity on it, the company I work for, I'm in the construction industry as well, and my father-in-law have reached out to buy this property in the past. The reason why people aren't reaching out to buy it, there's over $200,000 in specials on this. So to put the infrastructure in with the road, with the sewer, with the water, plus the specials, it's really hard to build what is drawn for twin homes and break even on it. That's why I think we're moving to this, to try and dispute and divert the specials. I am very against this. I would not have built my house. I don't care to take a $50,000 loss on it by what this would do to my home value. I think with Solheim, we have a lot of kids in this neighborhood. Solheim is bursting at the seams. BPS can't give us an answer. And I think to continue to push apartments through is pretty irresponsible. It is lined with portables, and with what happened in Minneapolis today, I have a huge safety concern, what's going on there, as I think a lot of parents do here. I think this will add to a lot of noise. Right now, you can sit out and have a fire with our neighbors, as we do all the time in the street in the evenings, and you don't hear a thing. This would change that. It would add to higher traffic through our neighborhoods, and I'm just completely against it. I set this petition in my driveway with a table and a clipboard, and over 80 people showed up to sign in the last 3 days without me even asking, really. So I think everybody in the whole area, with Glenwood behind, Ashley Avenue and behind, everybody's against this. We do not want to see this go through, and I really hope that you guys make the right choice on this and protect all of us and not do it for one person's benefit.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Kendall? Kendall, question for you. How many names do you have on your petition?
I think we're at like 79. And there's some people in this room that haven't signed it, and there's some people that did sign it that aren't here. So I think this reflects the feelings of about 100 people in our neighborhood.
All right. Thank you so much.
Who can I give this to? Thank you.
Kendall, you can submit it at the end of the.
Okay, thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. Again, sign the log, introduce yourself.
Chair Schwartz, Commissioners, my name's Adam Seifert. My wife and I purchased our home on 4001 Meridian Drive, which is straight across the street from this empty lot, in July of last year. We lived there with our 2 young daughters, and I've been an employee with the city of Bismarck for 6 years as a public servant. I come to you as a concerned private homeowner that in the city as which I serve. It took us 3 years to find a perfect home to raise our kids at, and we landed on Meridian Drive because of the quiet street on the outskirts of the city limits. We knew there was an empty lot right across the street from our home, but was assured it was zoned as the same as the whole neighborhood, except for the row houses on Layton Drive, which is R15. A little over a year later, we find it's being attempted to be rezoned tonight. You can imagine the frustration we are currently feeling. We moved from Mandan back to South Bismarck. In Mandan, we lived back beyond Kiss by the Dwell Apartments in a house back there. And we've seen firsthand what apartment complexes bring to a neighborhood. From vehicles being parked on the street for months on end to unruly kids ding-dong ditching our house multiple times. In the staff report for this proposal, I saw that the Together 2045 plan is referred to frequently when reviewing standards and finding facts on this matter. In the Together 2045 plan, it states, to support the high-quality design and visual appearance of the city, it would like to mitigate street parking by locating parking behind buildings when feasible and limiting lots to reasonable needs on site. So when it comes to apartments, as I stated before, this is a major issue. From snow removal to sweeping the streets to even accessing fire hydrants. I hear the stories firsthand at Public Works from the street department during snow events. There just is not enough room for parking on Meridian Drive around South Meadows Block 1, lots 1 through 10. Also in the Together 2045 plan, it attests to using zoning and other tools to require new development and redevelopments to be harmonious with existing uses in the area and support the health, safety, and public welfare of the community. Harmonious with existing use. Rezoning this lot to allow for an apartment complex to possibly be built later is obviously not harmonious with the neighborhood that is here with us today. In this proposal, it stated that this rezoning would allow for lot sizes for twin homes and or for row houses. If this committee is still compelled to rezone this plot of land, could the committee look into rezoning it for a maximum R15, such as the other row houses on Layton Drive? But if this committee is still committed to rezoning for R20, then I'm asking you to consider the current residents of this neighborhood. Our home is directly across the street. Our master bedroom window faces the lot. In rezoning of South Meadows 3rd Edition, the 13 lots that this committee rezoned for an apartment building on Meridian Drive and Burley Avenue already, there were conditions that needed to be met, such as lighting from the building, headlights from cars leaving the parking lot, and also the 10-foot tree line buffer. I would ask to install these as well, and others seen fit. Thank you for allowing me and the public, and most importantly, the neighborhood, for being heard on this.
Commissioners, did you have any questions for Adam before he steps away?
Sorry.
I'm not seeing or hearing any, Adam. Thank you. With that, the podium is open.
My name is Heather Crum. I live at 3708 Meridian Drive. We have lived there since 2017. When we moved in, it was just being built up. It is really a unique neighborhood in the area in that I think we have a very close neighborhood. We have wonderful families that live there. There's a lot of friendly camaraderie. Over the years since we purchased the home, there have been multiple apartment buildings built. And I'm guessing you've never had this turnout before. I don't think anybody minds mixed-use housing. Having apartments and single-family homes and twin homes is all fine. Like, that should be how the city is built up. Right now, though, there are multiple apartment buildings just surrounding what was promised as a single-family home area. As multiple people have mentioned, there's an issue with the schools right now in that there is not space for the children that are currently living here. There are 4 to 5 of those portable classrooms. Those children do not have bathrooms in the classroom. So during the winter, they have to go inside through the snow, through the cold. Creates safety concerns. There's not enough teachers. Some of the kids are on the bus for an hour in the morning and in the afternoon each day. So this isn't a school area that is able to absorb potentially multiple more children. I know that the employees to the staff talked about the roads being able to sustain additional traffic, but they're already I don't think they're built for the capacity that they're needing right now. There's delays, there's going to be a whole neighborhood across the street. And so the traffic is going to be just unbearable every day. Anytime there is a road project, it's going to take time, so it will be a long time before that is remedied. It's going to cost time and money. And the apartments or whatever is going to be built there is really meant for the enrichment of the developer and not for the neighborhood that is currently there. I think it's important to understand that, like, we're not objecting to any building in the area. Everybody is very happy to have good neighbors, but every time a new apartment building has been built, there have been additional problems. There's dogs that are from the apartments that are dangerous. I think there have been kids who have been bitten in the area. There's very nice families that live in the apartments, and there are also not so great families that live there. And so when you increase the concentration of these multifamily homes, it decreases the value of all of the houses nearby, which is really unfair to the people who currently live there. Obviously, like, schools, safety, traffic, everything else is just not workable with more houses, more apartment buildings in the area. I think it's really important for the voices here to be heard and not just the developer.
Commissioners, questions for Heather? Heather, thank you.
Thank you.
The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
I'm Mark Ronigan, and I'm going to probably put a little different spin on this. I'm living in the county right behind where this proposed building's going to go. I moved there 12 years ago, basically to get away from some of the bureaucracy of the city, lower taxes, bigger area for my children to grow up in. Raised 4 kids there, and never envisioned that we'd have something like this come there. I had no problem with a single family housing coming behind there. I know several of the people that live behind me, great people, great neighborhood. I've never seen where you put up something like this type of density, even just doing the odds game, where you're not going to have a bunch of bad apples in there. And it shouldn't ever be zoned for that. You're just knifing everybody that bought any homes around there. You're going to diminish their home values, and the people in the county there especially moved out there to get away from that type of sprawl, and you're just doing it to enrich one person. I read the staffing report on that, and then you said there is no issue with public health or safety or anything like that. That has to just be a rubber stamp you put in your report. If you bring that many people in there, if you had it in your backyard, I think you'd look at it a lot different. There's no way that you're going to bring that many people in there, have that density, not affect public safety, traffic, schools, everything else. It'd be naive to even think so. And I guess I'd never heard of this project 2045 or that, but to me, to have zoning where you have everything just thrown together like that, you could have a 3-year-old kid throw blocks on the floor and get the same effect. I sure hope you didn't pay for that study. But people didn't buy houses out there to have some giant apartment put up there. And I guess I'm speaking for the county people behind there. I've spoke with all of them, and they all think the same, and I don't know if any of them made it here, but I'm sure gonna. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mark. Commissioners, questions for Mark? Thank you. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. Thank you, Kendall.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robin Gates. I am a realtor here in Bismarck, and I really don't like speaking in front of people, so I sold quite a few homes in that South Meadows addition, and when people purchased, they were under the understanding of single-family and townhomes in the area. I also have a daughter that lives in that area. So with the thought of an apartment building coming in there, there is concern on property values I have watched a neighborhood where, in South Bismarck, where a huge complex came in. A bunch of the properties came on the market and they had a hard time selling them. I posed the question to a couple of the people with the planning and zoning. Is there anything in the city ordinance that says anything like, because it seems as though South Bismarck has been littered with huge buildings. Is there anything out there that says that's enough, we can't put any more down there? It's a concern. I forgot where I was going with that. But anyway, yes, the property values across from that, you will see diminish. I've never had a client come to me and say, can you find me a house that's right beside a big apartment building? It's just not right for the people that live there currently, that should have to have a zoning change and lose the value in their homes. It's just not right. Anyway, that's all I've got. Any questions for me?
Commissioners, questions for Robin? I'm not seeing or hearing any. Robin, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to step up and address this agenda item.
Chairman, Commissioners, Brent Case, resident of Meridian Drive. A little bit of reiteration here, but in slightly different format. So my wife and I made a decision years ago to sell our then current home and move into what we hoped to be our dream home or forever home. It may not necessarily be the stature of what some people would typically think of as a dream home, but to us and all these other people back here, hardworking middle-class people, it's our dream homes. The forever home title kind of came to be as other homes were built. Families moved in. We met a lot of great people. Families near our home, and we all watch out for each other. The kids assist each other with projects and sincerely care for each other's well-being to the point of feeling like family. In its current state, South Meadows would be and continue to be our forever home. Proposed zoning change for lots 1 through 10, Block 1, would drastically change the future of South Meadows and the hardworking people that call it home today. As I stood in my driveway today, looking towards South Washington Street, my stomach actually turned as I imagined the proposed structure filling the skyline that we currently have. Our quiet street would no longer be safe and peaceful. Traffic would become insanely dangerous with the addition of 100 or 200 new drivers driving up and down our streets, entering and exiting at Meridian in South Washington within a half block of the proposed building. Current home values, as previously stated, would certainly go down and be less desirable when one of our neighbors is an 80-unit apartment building. You always hear from realtors the classic location, 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 right? Well, it's not always about being near a school. It's also adversely affected by living next to an apartment building. I, along with the rest of the good citizens of South Meadows Edition, represented here today, genuinely request that this rezoning request be denied on behalf of the little people. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions for Brent? Brent, I have a question for you. How long have you been a resident of the neighborhood?
We were one of the first ones on Meridian in November of 2016. So we got to watch it all grow up and watch a lot of kids grow up.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Wyand. I live on 3602 Meridian Drive. First and foremost, I did write a letter and submitted that prior to this, but I truly believe in the power of your voice in front of a committee as such, as well as a majority of our neighborhood here as well. I grew up in a family who is in the home building business. My father, and I truly believe my father is a very wise person. There are people in here that know him as well. And he has always told me growing up that an apartment building will depreciate the value of your home, whether it's there before or it's built after. So I am just going to read what I wrote, and I will ask any questions afterwards. But so again, my name is Marissa Wyand. I live on the south side of, or on Meridian in South Meadows, not only as a resident of South Meadows, but I'm also a parent of 2 young children living in that neighborhood. Our neighborhood is not and has never been just a collection of houses. It's a community, one that's been built over the past 10 years by people who have invested not just hard-earned money, but time, love, and care into making this a safe, peaceful, and connected place to live. A community where children ride their bikes with their friends and play outside on the quiet streets. The proposed zoning change threatens to drastically alter the character, balance, and safety of our area, and I truly urge you to consider the long-term consequences. There's absolutely no doubt that growth is necessary to support the city of Bismarck, and while I, and I'm sure the majority of people in here fully support that, I also know that it must be done responsibly. With respect to those already living in the area who have again invested their money, time, love, and care into our small but very unique neighborhood community, introducing an apartment building raises several concerns which you have already heard, but these are including, not limited to, increased traffic and congestion on streets that are not designed to accommodate it, the safety of our children due to the increased traffic in the area that this addition would cause. Again, strain on local infrastructure such as our public school system, Solheim in particular in our case, with the potential of having an increase of students in the school that is already completely over capacity, and the potential decline in, again, property values and changes to our community dynamic. This is not just about one building or 2 buildings, I guess. It's about setting a precedent. Do we value community input? Do we care about the safety of our children that call this neighborhood home? Do we prioritize long-term livability over short-term profit? And do we want to preserve what makes neighborhoods like ours worth living in? I urge the commission to take a hard look at the impact this change will have. Development should enhance communities, not destabilize them. Please do not move forward with this rezoning without thorough consideration and a deep understanding of what we stand to lose and have worked so hard to build. There are other locations in the city that are far more appropriate for this kind of development, but our established neighborhood is not one of them. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak, and for the commitment that you guys have to serving the city. I sincerely hope you will choose to protect our neighborhood community, and most importantly, the well-being of our youngest and most vulnerable residents, our children. Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have questions for Marissa? Marissa, how long have you been a resident in the neighborhood?
I believe it was 5 years in last December, so this year it'll be 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The podium is open for others that would care to address.
Hi, I'm Katie Doctor, and I hate public speaking, but this is very important. I live on the corner of Meridian and Nina, right on the corner. I have a corner lot. Right now, we have so many cars that just go speeding down Nina already. They go speeding down Meridian. It is horrible. I'm afraid for my kids to go play outside because of it. Sorry, I'm super nervous. I'm not even comfortable sending my daughter 2 blocks down to our park because there's an apartment building right next to it. As Heather said, kids and other dogs have been attacked from dogs at those apartments. I don't feel safe sending my daughter there. I'm not comfortable with her riding her bike more than a block away. And not only do we have an overcrowding at Solheim, Wachter's overcrowded, we don't have a high school down south because BHS is in North Bismarck. We don't have the capacity for it. And as we just got South Washington expanded to a 3-lane, and already it's congested. In the morning when we go to school, it's already backed up from Solheim past, or pretty much all the way to the roundabout, if not past it at some times. So it's already been expanded. Adding that many homes, it's going to make it way worse. So just, as I said, just please consider all of us in the neighborhood. I have a cousin who's here today who just moved in August 8th, and she was assured that that wasn't apartments, that was zoned for residential. They just moved in, and now it's changing. I've been there since 2017 when my house was built, May of 2017. We were told that that was going to be twin homes or single family. Also down at the end of our street, Meridian and Burley, that was also supposed to be twin homes, and it's not. So it's absolutely ridiculous. And even when we built there was one apartment building, now there's 2. So it's already expanded. Plus the ones that just came to On the Run. Paradise Valley is supposed to have apartments, which is right across the street. We don't have enough room down there. And I am super concerned for the safety of my kids. I have 3 kids. I'm not comfortable with them as it is going to that park.
Commissioners, any questions for Debbie?
Katie.
Katie, I'm sorry. Any questions for Katie? I'm not seeing or hearing any. Katie, you did great.
Okay, my name is Nicolette Jacob. I, along with everybody else, live in the South Meadows development, 4002 Meridian Drive, 2 houses away from this lot in question tonight. I wanted a chance to speak because this decision will directly affect not only my family, but all of our families in the neighborhood. I want to start out by saying that we are not against growth or progress in our development. We understand that communities change and they develop over time, but what is being proposed here for this rezoning from the R10 to RM20, sorry, I need to breathe, pregnancy problems, is not compatible with the character of our neighborhood or the infrastructure that we currently have. Our neighborhood was built for single family or twin homes. We moved in 2019, and we were expecting that this would be sometime in our future. I thought that would have been done by now, but here we are, 6 years later. We chose this area because it offers safe streets, walkability for our children, and a sense of stability. When we built our home in 2019, we did not have children at the time. We were just thinking of our future. Allowing for higher density development in the middle of a single or twin home family neighborhood will permanently change that character that we have now. It will bring increased traffic onto the roads that were never designed for the level of that use. It will impact safety to our children, as we've heard many times tonight, who walk or ride bikes, which is every night when the sun is out. It'll devalue the investment that so many of us have put into our homes. I also want to highlight again on the strain on our school, Solheim in general. It's stretched thin at serving nearly 580 children, K through 5. The teachers and staff are doing an incredible job, but they're at their full capacity. We talked about portable classrooms. We all know that more development is coming, as stated too, in Paradise Valley, which is directly to the east of us. It's just starting now with the commercial phase. And that has not been built out yet as far as homes, twin homes, and apartments. We are asking that you help preserve the balance that exists already. Growth can and should happen, but it must be responsible growth. Growth that respects our identity, ensures our safety and does not overwhelm our schools. I urge you to deny the zoning change request. Please stand with all of the families who live here, who built their lives here, and who want to see our community thrive in a way that makes sense for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolette.
My name is Carlisle Scott. I gotta raise it up. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good, good. You said your name was?
Carlisle Scott.
Carlisle?
Yes, it's
Thank you.
backwards. I get it. First of all, Landon, are you an engineer? No? Okay. I was just wondering. One of the things is I grew up in an engineering surveying family, and oftentimes engineers don't really have a lot of common sense sometimes. Very, very smart individual. I totally get it. Sometimes it happens. First of all, thank you guys for having us. Appreciate you guys hearing us out. Seems like everybody's has some common sense up here. And unfortunately, this day and age, common sense is often so uncommon. It's often mistaken as pure genius. All I'm asking for you guys is to hear out everybody that's giving you very, very, very well thought out, logical reasons to not do this, and use some common sense and make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlisle. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Good evening. My name's Madison Bosch, and I'm a resident of the South Meadows Development. We live on Meridian Drive right next to Brent. And I'm here today with my husband, and we strongly oppose the apartment complex at Meridian and Layton Drive. I know you've already heard many of these concerns, but I believe it's important that our voices are heard. When we purchased our home, we were told that this land would be zoned for additional twin homes or single-family homes, not a high-density apartment complex. This change feels misleading and disregards the expectation of homeowners, who invested in this community. Beyond that, this project will worsen already dangerous traffic conditions, adds to our overcrowded schools, and negatively impacts property values. Most importantly, it threatens the quiet, family-oriented character that drew us to this neighborhood in the first place. We respectfully urge the committee to listen to the residents who will be most affected and to deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Hi, I'm Robert Keene. I live at 3927 Meridian Drive. As for everyone that's been up here, they all have, my backing support. I moved in just over a year ago with my fiance and our first daughter. We currently have a 10-month-old daughter as well. And I didn't think zoning would be an issue through the year, but knowing that I drive by on Washington every day, and I have an old coworker wiring the units at the Earl which is set for 99 and 78 units, and then there's also bids going up for the east side of Washington for the Paradise Valley. That I think phase 1 was 51 units, and then phase 2 would be around 63. So I'm trying to just add the math here, asking myself, it's like, do we really need to upgrade that when all this is already going in? And I think those are just the two newer buildings at the Earl. I'm not even sure about the first initial one that they put in over the last couple of years, that adding to it. So, it just, seeing that Paradise Valley is going to, be huge and extending the neighborhood, I just asked myself the question, it's like, where are all these, kids and everything going to go to school? And, traffic, all that, pretty much everything everyone said. But that's just kind of what I see is like, okay, the south side's growing immensely, but we could do all these single family units, and then, are we just going to fit apartments everywhere we can? Those places haven't even opened up yet, the 99 unit and 78 unit complex at the Earl just south of On the Run. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. And that's pretty much the only voicing concern that I have. So, thanks.
Thank you, Robert.
Yep.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Hi, I'm Travis Dahl. I've been living on Layton Drive for about almost 3 years now. I currently work for the water department in Bismarck. I'm here as just a homeowner. But one thing that I am concerned of is the infrastructure that this large building would bring to the sewer side of it, for sure. When it was first planned, I know you mentioned that it was for multifamily buildings, but it was zoned for townhomes or row houses. What effects would that do, and how much more sewage is going to go to Downing? On Downing Street, there's a lift station over there with 2 small pumps. How much more will this large building, plus the one up on by Burley now, how much more will those 2 bring to Downing Street? Because both of those will go to Downing. At least the south one for sure. I'm not 100% on the north one. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. We've been waiting for you, Holly.
It's actually my turn now. You've heard, what the community said, and I don't think I need to repeat myself, but I would like to address the group. I believe postcards and a notice for these meetings should have been sent out to the neighborhood. And if there's a show of hands, I would bet not a single person in this room was notified of the meeting on this development, this lot, or the lot on Meridian and Burley, which happened roughly a month ago. We did submit a letter a month and a half ago requesting a response. We have not gotten a response from the city on that. I don't know what the legality is, but I would encourage you guys to at least let the neighborhood know so that we can show up as we have today and you can hear our voices, because we were unaware of the earlier lots meeting about a month ago. I would like to tell my good friend Landon, please take this information back to Jamie and Mr. Wachter, that the community that spent all the money building and buying his homes in the last 9 years don't want an apartment complex there. So please share that with them guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Commissioner Field? Do you have a question for Holly, or who are you addressing?
Yeah, Holly.
Sorry.
So can we see the show of hands of who did get a notice?
On either one.
On either one?
For this one we did, but the one for Burley, nobody got it. One or the other.
So one person.
She got one.
So this should just be
second
thrown
one.
out.
We never got anything in here right south of the substation. I think fairly we should have gotten something.
Yeah, we're right across the street. We got a scan of our mail. So we got the scan, but it wasn't in our mailbox, still hasn't shown up. So where it went after got scanned at the post office.
We as a community have a Facebook page, and that's the only reason that we've all gathered together and know anything about this meeting, much less the last one. And so that's how tight this community is that if I get their package, I put it on the Facebook page, and it gets to, it's a different community that I don't think anybody can really understand. But I don't know what the notice is, the distance that you have to notify on that property that you guys are rezoning. What is the distance? Is it a half mile, a mile, 2 blocks?
Daniel's got it? Okay, Daniel.
Chair, yeah, I can speak to this. So we were notified after that last public hearing that there were at least someone was noted that they did not receive that notice. So we looked into it. The way our process works is every lot within 350 feet of the site in urban areas gets a notice. So we create a spreadsheet and we send postcards out. We include ourselves on that list to ensure that we get the notice ourselves. So we did get a note. We did get that postcard back to us that last time. So we certainly can't verify if others received that, but we believe it was sent out, and we certainly received it ourselves. And the same thing occurred with this notice. So anyone within 350 feet should have gotten that postcard.
So is 350 feet the immediate neighbor to the giant apartment complex, and the rest of the neighborhood is not notified that an apartment complex is going up in their neighborhood?
So in this case, 350 feet reaches about four homes in from the property.
Well, I will guarantee you that your process
in a
is
radius,
not working.
in a radius. So there were how many dozens or so included? 4-home radius, I meant.
I'm 3 units down from the initial meeting that we all missed because we did not get a postcard, and I guarantee you everybody within 10 to 15 units from that lot did not receive a postcard, and I think these guys can speak to that as well. With that, I would encourage you guys to rehear that lot zoning as well, because we did not get sufficient notice as a group, and I guarantee you more than this group will show up for the next one. If you would rehear that, please.
Ollie, thank you. I don't know that we can rehear things. Daniel, is there any way we can look into things?
So we can't do a rehearing. I mean, it was already approved by the city commission, and that would be a violation of that. We have looked into whether we received the postcard, and as I said, we did. We do notify, of course, through the legal process, through public hearing notifications in the newspaper. So that did occur in both cases, and we do have those clippings. And maybe I'll add, this is one of the reasons we are pursuing using signage. And of course, we haven't started that yet, but actually starting this month of September, we do intend to use signs on the property for public hearing notifications. Partially for this reason, we know that the mail isn't perfect, and we know it's sometimes delayed or inefficient. And so we want as many possibility reasons as possible. So that's the best we can do.
Okay.
May I ask
Thank you,
Daniel
Dan.
one more question? So when we have a zoning hearing to rezone it, could we as a group request a zoning hearing to rezone it back to the way it was? I mean, it's a zoning hearing. If we're changing zoning, is that not a possibility?
I could
Go
address
ahead
that.
and address that, Daniel.
So we accept applications from the property owners to rezone. The city does initiate zoning ordinance changes and has the ability to. So the planning commission can do that. In fact, earlier in this agenda, that was the case because there were multiple property owners in the block that was being rezoned. And one did approach the city. So there is a prerogative to do so if they wish to. However, on a typical case, we take applications from the property owner.
I would just strongly urge you guys to look at that, since there was no notification on the initial meeting for our community, so.
Okay. Thank you. All right, once again, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. I see Landis coming back. Let's go, Landon.
Thanks, Chair Schwartz. I've been called some terrible things in my day, but engineer, that might have been the lowest.
I just want to make sure.
That's rough.
Some of the stuff you're saying just didn't make sense.
So no, I just wanted to reiterate just a couple of things with the RM20 zoning. As I mentioned before, that's not a guarantee that it's going to be an apartment. We don't know. So there are other options with the RM20. If a developer decides to go that way, yes, that's certainly a possibility with RM20. But as I mentioned before, that doesn't mean necessarily a large complex that they're seeing elsewhere in town. This just gives us sort of those options to look at. As I mentioned before, this is a use that should be incorporated into neighborhoods. It shouldn't just be single family against single family, and we should have those other options in there. But I can certainly answer any questions if you have them.
Questions? Any questions, Commissioners?
I'm going to ask a question just because Landon's there, and he should know this. So of that lot, if it's 3 acres or 4 acres, how much is buildable? Because I understand there's some portions of it could be subject to potential flood risk, or it's close. It's got some infrastructure-related issues that have to be dealt with because of elevation.
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you for the question. So from a zoning perspective, we're allowed 75% of coverage. Now that includes paving, parking spaces and structure. But in addition to that, of course, you have setbacks where we can't put structures. We could put concrete and things like that. There also might be a need, depending on how the stormwater works out, that additional ponding might be required. So that would be non-buildable as well. But you could say, just from a generalized view, 75% of the lot.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioners, any additional questions for Landon? Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Do I have to go up there? Okay. I didn't know if what was you said there was a, Sarah, was it Sarah? No, Lauren. Apologize. You said it was originally, you said that was like 4 acres, but you reduced that because of the right-of-way?
Chairman Schwartz, Commissioners, so what you saw in the staff report for the project area, it said 4.01 acres. That is the total area of the underlying plat for South Meadows Edition, third replat. The actual lot area is 2.96 acres. That was the clarification there.
And then how many units per acre can you go on that 2.96?
Commissioners.
Please proceed.
Chair, Commissioners. So the acreage for the potential RM20 would allow 20 units per net acre, so approximately 59 units for that area.
And then you can only build on 75% of that 2.63 acres, is that correct, Landon? Okay. Just trying to do the math in my head and figure out how tall the building's gonna be too, so, thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission, Chair, Mayor, good evening. My name is Mark Tucson. I live on Meridian, and I have lived there since 2018 as part of the development, and a majority of my neighbors here. Very happy to be here and represent us, not as the neighborhood, representing my property and my stake down the street from this potential development. You may have about a 10-page document that was sent. If you do not, that is an egregious lack of justice, because I had created a case study basically that documents reasonings as to why this project should not go through. And
Mark, we did receive
okay,
your...
excellent, fantastic. So did everybody have a chance to read through it, take a look? Okay, so to summarize, the documents are in there. I would encourage you to drive through the neighborhood to see how it is now. Adding this would egregiously change the neighborhood and the structure, the layout, and our camaraderie, to be honest. Additionally, the road on South Washington is set up as one would say a county road south of Neenah, which can't handle the traffic that is there now. I know it's part of the progress of redeveloping as the future continues, but as of right now, we put this in, building gets put up, not going to handle it. Same thing as previously touched on with the other new South Washington that probably should have been a 5-lane originally. Additionally, just continue to say, please don't. We don't want it. We want homes there. We want to grow our neighborhood, continue to work as a development. And I brought my information for questions, if anybody has questions for me.
Commissioners, questions for Mark? I'm not seeing any, Mark.
Thank you. I appreciate the
Thank you.
response as well, and the feedback that we can have an open dialogue between residents and the commission and the mayor. So really appreciate the communication. Thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others.
Hello, my name is Kinsey Harrison. I live on 3637 Meridian Drive in one of the townhomes. I moved to South Meadows neighborhood 3 years ago. I don't have any children, but I have to say this neighborhood is something special. Families from townhomes to the single family homes. Neighbors hang out and visit, not in their backyards, but they hang out in front outside by their garages. I thought it was the weirdest thing ever when I moved there. Because of this, it truly is a tight-knit neighborhood, as you have seen. Many people have shown up to speak. I do believe building more apartments will change this. There's already an apartment building on Nina that has increased traffic, ridiculous parking. You're literally dodging cars on the street because there's so many parked on the street. Paradise Valley is already starting to be developed. I think there's been multiple concerns addressed, and I hope you consider that before making your decision to pass this rezoning. On top of it, from the city, I hope to see notifications actually sent out in the mail and receive them, because I did not get anything. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you for your comments. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Brent Geis again. Landon's final comments were that simply passing this would not necessarily mean that there would be apartments built there, but not passing it would guarantee that it stays as is. Thank you.
All right, another call. The podium is open. All right, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on this agenda item. Lauren, any additional comments?
No additional comments at this time, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, this is a request for a future land use plan amendment, and staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and a zoning map amendment. And again, staff recommends to approve with conditions. What are your wishes?
I would like to make a motion to leave the zoning the way it is and not change it.
So that is a motion to deny.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Larson. With that, I'll open the table to discussion. Commissioners, your thoughts? Commissioner Schell.
Commissioners, and to the public as well as in the applicant, I think sometimes items come before this board and there's a kind of a known, I guess, housing unit that might be thought through, and so it's easier for everyone to see what actually is being proposed as opposed to what we're seeing now is just kind of a blank canvas that could be lots of different things. So if it was an RM20 that had a height restriction that said you can put a lot of units, but you got to bury the garages, you got to do something that gets you maybe the density you're looking for, but it's going to come with some costs. I think those things would be easier to reflect on and to observe and provide opinions on, as opposed to just kind of a blanket so wide open, especially if it was higher than what the original zoning even was at the first iteration of the development. So I guess if this passes, so be it. If it doesn't pass, I think there's opportunities to maybe come back with a more refined product idea that could be vetted at that point.
Thank you, Commissioner Schell. Commissioner Schmitz.
So this is a difficult situation. We need modest priced homes and housing in the community. It is a significant need. And if we look at our 2045 plan, which has already been brought up once before, that is critical. I understand the neighbors' concerns. There are a lot of apartments up and down Washington Street and across Burley Avenue. I drive by them every day. But at the same time, I got to figure out how we get to infill and higher density so I'm struggling. And so that's my struggle. Like, I see both sides of this, and for what it's worth, I don't know where I'm at.
Chair,
Commissioner Schmitz.
Chair, this is Ben.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yep. If I may just admit to sort of protect yourselves, if you do choose to deny this request, all of these proposals staff evaluates against what we call the findings of fact. So there's consistent things we evaluate zoning map amendments against each other. I would recommend you identify which one of those findings of fact or multiple findings of fact that you don't agree with from staff's perspective as to the reason for the denial. And I guess for point of reference for maybe some of the commissioners who might be thinking about this, maybe starting to look on page 87 of your packets, lists all the findings of fact for the zoning map amendment.
Thank you, Ben.
Chair, fellow commissioners, I will state I have issue particularly with changing, I agree completely, by the way, with Mayor Schmitz on affordable housing, on infill. However, when we're looking at this near the edge of city limits. So when we're talking about infill, this is not necessarily infill to change it to a deeper density code. So that's really where I throw a lot of issue with this, is we're looking at the edge of town for a multifamily, for a denser potential code. So that's really where I have issue with this is, again, this is not, I mean, we've seen, this is my neighborhood too, I don't live far away either. We have seen huge amount of development of multifamily in this area, so there's not a shortage of that type of development. Not to mention, again, it's just barely within the city limits at this point. So that's really where I have an issue with this development. And I mean, appreciate the citizens coming out. I think that's really great to see the residents show up. I think always, that's great to see the voices be heard and see that be something. That's why we have public meetings, is for this opportunity. So that's.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Johnson.
Related to what Ben just brought up, I think on 87, this proposed amendment is compatible with adjacent land uses and zoning, maybe the applicable one there since what we've heard today. Before this meeting, I didn't see a huge issue with this. It seemed like, in a lot of ways, it seemed like a good spot to put this, but hearing some of the comments about the people that live immediately adjacent or within 4 houses, when they bought this, it was probably a cul-de-sac at that time planned. And then in 2022, it went to the row home kind of slivers of land. It's a big departure, and I can understand their concern.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioners, additional comments? Commissioner Zan.
I think one of the facts that I disagree with is the RM20, and that's what we should probably consider. I agree, leave it at an R10, and we don't need any more problems down there with the school district and stuff. I know Solheim School, and it's crowded. I've had friends that are teachers there, and they have issues. So they're looking for facts. The RM20, whoever's going to buy that land, they'll know what R10 is, and they'll know they won't be able to put on a bigger piece of property or bigger facility. So that's what I think we should put it on.
Thank you, Commissioner Zand. Additional comments, commissioners? Commissioner Schmidt?
So again, to my struggle, I'm not certain that a pure R10, maybe R15, where it was originally, is more appropriate. I think we still need higher density, and I realize it might be on the edge of town today, but frankly, right across the street, pretty soon it's not really the edge of town, because Paradise Valley is going to be a lot of homes, and so I'm very focused on affordable housing, and slightly more dense lot spacing provides that. Now, I get apartment house, if there's restrictions, I understand that, because, like, do we want more apartment? I can tell you vacancies for apartments are pretty low right now, So there is a need. So to say there isn't a need for apartments would be inappropriate, so I'm well aware of that, but I know what the vacancies are, so I'm just saying, I think there's gotta be consideration as to what is the right density, and there is transition. And right across the street on Washington, that lot right now is proposed to be zoned, or is zoned, what this would be proposed, urban neighborhood, I believe, or mixed use, if we look across on Washington.
Thank you, Commissioner Schmitz. Commissioners, additional thoughts, discussion? Commissioner Shell?
Maybe a sort of echo to what the mayor said in terms of I think I'd have support for the RM15, especially if it was an RM15 with conditions or with something with knowing what the product would look like. I think that'd be easier to make some of these decisions, or at least it'd be easier for me anyway.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shell. Commissioners, additional comments, thoughts? I guess I'll throw mine in on this. I think when neighborhoods own property, that there's a reasonable expectation when there are zoning rules in place. And over the years that I've sat on this commission, we've been relatively slow to make changes when existing zoning rules are in place, and because of the impact to the existing neighborhood. I'm slow to agree to this just because the request is to prepare the property for sale for somebody else. And I'm not sure in my mind that that's a good enough reason to pass through the zoning request. Any additional comments? If not, Commissioner Field?
You know, if we were so concerned about affordable housing, we would let tiny homes be here. I mean, a lot of cities designate a strip and they put a ton of tiny homes so people can afford to buy one, because they can buy one for like $50,000. So, I mean, really, if we were trying to get to the end, we would do something like that.
Any additional comments? If not, Sarah, I'm going to ask you to call roll. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Zent.
For clarification, so a yes vote, and this is for the people out there, a yes vote from us means we want it to be denied. A no vote means we don't want it to be denied.
That is correct.
We're kind of voting the opposite of what we might believe, okay? Just so you guys know. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So this is a motion to deny. Sarah, would you please call roll?
It's my turn now. Commissioner Field?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz?
No.
Commissioner Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Seebach?
Yes.
Commissioner Zent?
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner?
Yes.
And Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion to deny is approved. Let's move on to item E in our regular agenda this evening. This is the Lundy edition, and Isaac is going to provide us with staff report this evening.
I'm happy to start whenever you are, Chair Schwartz, unless you would like me to.
Just hold for a moment,
Sure.
please. Okay, Isaac, I think you can proceed.
All right, thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. Our next regular agenda item comes to us from Viking Builders, Inc., who are requesting approval of a major subdivision final plat titled Lundy Edition, as you can see on the screen there. This project is located in central Bismarck and consists of about a little under half an acre of land located in the southeast quadrant of the intersection of East Bowen Avenue and South 18th Street. So the applicant intends to plat this land to help facilitate the development of a twin home on the site. So we're looking at a 2-lot in 1 block subdivision in this particular case. The project area is zoned R10 residential, and that is not being requested to change in this case. This property is in an older part of Bismarck, so a lot of the area around it is largely residential in nature, although there are some commercial or industrial uses further to the east and to the north as well. As you can see right now on the screen, this property is identified as neighborhood mixed use in that future land use plan, which are broadly described as social and community commercial gathering spaces for the immediate surrounding area, but residential uses are commonly seen in there as well. The public was notified of this request via publications in the Bismarck Tribune on August 15th and 22nd, and 28 postcards were mailed to nearby property owners on August 15th as well. To the best of my knowledge, staff has received 1 inquiry regarding this request, asking for more information, but as a result of that and any other notifications, staff have not received any formal comments as far as I'm aware. So as a cumulative result of all the findings contained in this staff report before you today, City of Bismarck staff find that the proposed major subdivision final plat would not adversely impact public health, safety, and the general welfare of the public, and that it is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, Bismarck Code of Ordinances, and relevant state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the major subdivision final plat titled Lundy Edition. Does the commission have any questions for me at this time?
Commissioners, questions for Isaac? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Isaac.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing for this agenda item, and it looks like Landon is going to step up to speak to it.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz, Landon Eimler, Smith & Hagen Engineering, representing Viking Builders on this. Just a little bit of added information to what was presented before. This is one of those parcels in Bismarck, and there are a number of these around, just pieces that have been left over and were never part of any kind of subdivision. The city just kind of grown around it and nothing really happened with them. In this case, the zoning is already in place for a twin home, so we're taking sort of this remainder piece and just subdividing it, actually platting it so that they can get a building permit with the city of Bismarck. But I can certainly answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioners, questions for Landon? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Landon. Thank you. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. And if you would add your name to the log and introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Sharon Bakowicz. I live at 411 South 18th Street. In Bismarck, I've lived there since 1978. I have what they called a duplex. Today, you'd probably call it a twin home. I live in one section and I rent out the other one. The land that you guys are discussing right now is right next door to me. My fence borders it. And what I'm questioning, the individual that came over there and said that he bought it and he owned it, he came over and informed some of us that we had to have our land platted. Now, I've lived there since 1978, and that whole block there has never been platted. I don't understand, if you go across the street, if I walk across the street to my neighbor, that land there has all been platted. The city, I don't know what happened there, but they never platted that whole area that's on that block, all the way over to Airport Road. So what I'm asking you, he made me feel like we all have to plat it. Well, a lot of those duplexes that are down there they're not owners are not here. They're in California, a couple of them. So that's what I wanted to ask you guys. Could you explain to me Does it have to be platted? I know that a lot of these buildings have been sold and rebought and sold and rebought, and none of them are platted. And that's what I wanted to ask the city commission, why, if the city just let that go, but when I bought it, we never had any problem. I've got my deed and I've paid the property off. So I was questioning what that means, because he was telling me it costs $10,000 a lot to have it platted. Well, I'm 80 years old and I'm not going to dig up $10,000 to plat something that I never had to have before.
Okay, well, Sharon, let's get an answer to that. Isaac, can you address that?
Certainly, I can offer an explanation there. In terms of your property right now and other properties around you that are not platted, there is no immediate negative or downside for you. Your property can certainly continue on as it is right now. The part of being platted, or in this case not platted, it can cause some difficulties to get building permits. So if you're not planning on building anything, there's no negatives for you. And as you mentioned, the city kind of grew around you and this area was never platted. Typically, the platting process or subdivision process is not something that the city specifically does. It is a land owner or property owner that would come to do that. And for whatever reason, this particular area, as you mentioned, property owners did not. That is no immediate downside for you, though, in this case, if you're not looking at getting a building permit for something like that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, and it answers my question. I don't know about the rest of the block, but I have no intentions of having it platted now. I'm 80 years old, but he made me feel that we were all going to be given notification that we had to have it platted, because he told me that you'd never be able to sell your property. Well, I won't care. I'll be dead by that time, so. But thank you very much for answering my question. Now I know what the law is. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you for the question. And Isaac,
Mr. Chairman.
thanks for the answer. Yes, Commissioner Bittner.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think part of that conversation goes back to what was laughingly referred to at the time as the Bittner Amendment, because I was faced with that sort of problem on my land out here in the ETA, where the city was going to require me to do a subdivision plat in order to add on a deck or maybe add on to my garage or anything. And I believe we addressed that. I know we addressed that through a zoning ordinance. So there's a bit of a grandfather issue in that, and that probably predated all of the staff that's in the room now. So just for your information, we addressed that through zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Duly noted, Commissioner Bittner. Thank you. All right, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. And I'm not seeing or hearing any, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Isaac, any additional comments?
None at this time, Chair.
All right, thank you. With that, this is a request for a major subdivision final plat. Staff's recommendation is to approve. Commissioners, what are your wishes?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Zent and a second from Commissioner Johnson. Any additional discussion? And I'm not seeing or hearing any. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Sivak?
Yes.
Commissioner Field?
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner?
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens?
Yes.
Commissioner Shell?
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz?
Yes.
Commissioner Zent?
Yes.
Chair Schwartz?
Yes, the motion is approved. With that, we move on to item F in our regular agenda, which is Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition. And Lauren is going to provide us with staff report this evening.
I have an item to hand out to you guys before I get into it. Just 1 second. Good evening, Chairman Schwartz and Commissioners. Wilmont Properties LLC and Wilmont Development LLC are requesting approval of a major subdivision final plat titled Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition, as well as a zoning map amendment from the CA Commercial and the CG Commercial zoning districts to the CG Commercial zoning district for Lot 1, Block 1, Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition. The project area contains 23.63 acres and is located in northwest Bismarck in the northeast quadrant of the intersection of North Washington Street and 43rd Avenue Northeast. The proposed plat would create 4 lots in 2 blocks. The applicant has also submitted an annexation for that whole area within the proposed plat. Typically, associated requests are reviewed together. However, due to the notification timeline for annexations, the applicant has asked that the associated annexation request be submitted separately to the Planning and Zoning Commission. You saw that annexation request at your last meeting. The hearings for all these requests will coincide and be heard together by the City Commission with that final public hearing if you approve the request tonight. The property is currently zoned CA and CG commercial, which would permit a range of commercial uses. The property has been identified as community mixed use in the future land use plan. Current adjacent uses include a mix of offices, single-family, two-family residential to the north, single and two-family residential to the east, a church, nursing home, and multifamily residential and retail uses to the south across 43rd Avenue Northeast, and a convenience store and undeveloped commercial land to the west across North Washington Street. The public was notified of this request. A notice was published in the Bismarck Tribune on August 15th and 22nd, and 66 postcards were mailed to the owners of nearby properties on August 15th. Staff have received 2 phone calls regarding this request. Both just requested some additional information on the project, just asking for some clarification. I will note that one noted the continued maintenance for a landscaping component adjacent to the single and two-family units to the north and the east. The request was evaluated according to standards contained within the comprehensive plan, Bismarck Code of Ordinances, and state law. The item that staff just presented to you before getting into this is an updated version of the final plat. This was submitted to staff this morning, which is why it was not included in your packet. I believe, Daniel, if you would flip to the next slide. So this on the screen here, for anyone in the audience or for any on the commission, this is the updated version. The changes from the version that was in your packet and the one that is currently before you on the screen include an adjustment to the lot line between lots 2 and 3, as well as that easement that straddles those 2 lot lines. All other items associated with the plat would be the same. The previous platted landscape buffers that were included with the plat of Boulder Ridge First Edition are not included on the plat, since the landscape buffering requirements are included within the zoning ordinance. The section 14-0311 notes that the location of those buffer yards be located along the entire length of any lot line where 2 land uses of differing intensity abut. However, as you can see on the proposed plat, there is a stormwater and drainage easement on lots 1 through 3, block 1, adjacent to the current residential and office uses to the north and east, as well as those 2-family and single-family uses. If landscaping were to be installed along that lot line between the stormwater and drainage easement, or within the stormwater and drainage easement, it would be difficult to maintain and keep alive and would not meet the intent of that landscaping ordinance for that buffering. As such, staff has noted that the placement of the required landscaping be located on the interior portion of the stormwater and drainage easement for lots 1 through 3, block 1, Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition. The zoning map amendment associated with this request is only for a small portion of Lot 1, Block 1, Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition. Daniel, if you would flip back to the zoning, please. As you can see on the map on the screen here or within the packet, the current parcel, just that little strip there, is actually, it was originally platted and intended as a landscape buffer for that Boulder Ridge First Edition. It is currently zoned CA commercial. It was not included in a previous zoning change that occurred in 2024 for the area adjacent to this. As part of the associated subdivision process, a portion of this parcel is proposed to be replatted with a portion of the parcel or the current parcel to the south. This would create a lot that would have two different zoning districts on it, and that would create issues with administering and interpreting zoning requirements for that specific lot. As such, that small portion of the proposed Lot 1, Block 1, Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition is the only item proposed to be rezoned, just to provide that clarity. As a result of all findings contained in the staff report, City of Bismarck staff find that the proposed final subdivision plat and zoning map amendment would not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare and is consistent with the comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and relevant state law. Based on the findings, staff recommends approval of the major subdivision final plat, the revised version that was handed out to you today, for Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition, and a zoning map amendment for from the CA Commercial and CG Commercial Zoning Districts to the CG Commercial Zoning District for Lot 1, Block 1, Boulder Ridge Commercial Edition. Do you have any questions for me?
Commissioners, questions for Lauren? Commissioner Shell.
Lauren, were you given a rationale or reason why the boundary between lots 2 and 3 were changed? Maybe I'd say it's more than just an adjustment. It was a full like orientation switcheroo kind of thing. Can you maybe speak to that?
I would punt that question more so over towards the consultant. What I was provided was there was a potential owner who wanted that adjusted, but I believe the consultant would be able to answer that better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Shell. Commissioners, additional questions for Lauren? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Lauren. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'll open up the public hearing for this agenda item. And it looks like Landon is going to step forward as a representative.
Thank you again, Chair Schwartz. Yeah, just a couple of things to add to what Lauren had presented here. As she mentioned, the zoning changes just to sort of correct these small little lots that were left over, that landscaping buffer lots that used to basically surround this entire parcel. And a number of them have been broken into different parts, and some of them were annexed into the city and some were not. So when we did a previous zoning change to change these to CA and CG, it just became a little bit convoluted to do that one at the time, knowing that we were going to be coming up with a subdivision at some point, and that day is today. So now we can make that change to the CG just for that little section so that it blends in with the existing lot. Still keeping all that heavier commercial zoning away from the twin homes that are in place right there. Next to those, it's only the light commercial, and there's no change with that right here. Concerning the lot line adjustment that Commissioner Shell had talked about, we had received an orientation, kind of a layout before from a potential buyer, and they had kind of a north-south orientation over on the east side of the plat. Recently, they changed mind, basically keeping their same building and things like that, but orienting it more east-west so they would have direct access off of that right-of-way that we'd be platting rather than coming in through the access easement that we had intended before. I can certainly answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioners, questions for Landon? Commissioner Zant.
And Landon, there's no apartment buildings planned for this property?
Commissioner Zent, I can't let you pin me down on that. Anything's certainly possible. It's certainly allowable in CA and CG, but as far as I know, right now, that is not the intent.
Thank you. Any other questions for Landon? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Landon. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Not why I'm here tonight, but just quick question on this, because I drive that route every morning. Have they done a traffic impact study on that? Marvin Lepp, by the way. Because currently, with school back in session, I live on Aspen Avenue, and to get to my job, which is on 57th Avenue, I'm leaving 20 minutes early to get to work with school. The impact from Horizon, the impact from St. Mary's, the proposed exit route that you're showing is going to be dumping straight onto that North Washington without additional study for traffic, for stoplights, or anything else. I'm going to be looking either for another route for work or 35 minutes plus to get where I need to be. Just a question for that particular section, because I drive it almost every day of the year. So Thanks.
Legitimate question, Marvin. Thank you. Commissioner Zent, did you have a question for Marvin? Oh, okay.
I can hang out, but just.
All right. The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
I just wanted to address that issue. Right now, those access points are right in, right out. They're sort of three-quarter access points, so they're not generally going to have cross traffic, particularly on that Washington access point.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Sir?
My name's Don Clement. I've owned this property for a while, finally starting to develop it. I can assure you, if this sale goes through, the whole neighborhood will be happy. No apartments. I can assure you that. And as far as the question, it's a right in, right out. I mean, I got to have access somehow in and out of the property. That's all we got. I'd love to have full access. This property would have been developed a long time ago. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to visit and ask that you move forward on this. And I guarantee you, the neighbors will love this development if this one happens. So thank you. Any
Commissioners,
questions?
questions for Don before he steps away? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. And I'm not seeing anybody stepping up. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on it. Commissioners, and I guess, Lauren, any additional comments?
No additional comments at this time, Chair.
All right, thank you. With that, Commissioners, this is a request for a zoning map amendment, and staff recommends approval, and a major subdivision final plat. And again, staff recommends approval. What are your wishes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Bittner and a second from Commissioner Zent. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Schell.
Just a clarification piece. The access on North Washington Street would be a right in, right out off of Clement Lane. The access onto 43rd is a three-quarter access, so you're allowed into the property from that access point here, but you aren't able to leave and cross the roadway or take a left out of that site. So three movements are allowed, but the one movement out is restricted. So just as a clarification is all.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Sivak, did you want the floor? Okay, you're good. Okay.
I had I guess, question more for staff probably, but with the revised lot lines, how would that be properly documented in this approval? Clarification probably for Dr.
Okay, I think that's probably a question for Lauren.
Are Commissioner Lukens, Chair Commissioners, for clarification, are you talking about the online staff report?
Yes, correct.
We are able to update that as it's on there virtually. If it were to be approved, we could add this as an addendum if possible. So.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lukens. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Zent?
Yeah, I drive that every day too, and there's certain times that the traffic is congested, but it clears out within 20, 30 minutes. There's other times you can go right through with the traffic lights and stuff. So in the mornings and then the afternoon, right about 3 o'clock, 3:30, it's a little bit busier, but it's from the school. In the summertime, it's not a problem.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion? All right, I'm not seeing or hearing any. There's a motion on the table to approve. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Sivak,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Schell,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. With that, we move on to item G on our regular agenda, the William Blackstone edition, and Jenny is going to provide us with staff report this evening.
Thank
Thank you, Chairman Schwartz. Commissioners, Michael Ward is requesting approval of a zoning map amendment from the A Agriculture Zoning District to the RM30 Residential, R10 Residential, R5 Residential, and P Public Zoning Districts. Major subdivision final plat titled William Blackstone Edition, and annexation of all of the proposed plat and all of Tyler Parkway from 57th Avenue Northwest to the northern boundary of the plat. These requests are located northwest of Bismarck, west of North Washington Street, and north of 57th Avenue Northwest along the west side of Tyler Parkway. The plat consists of 59.24 acres with 118 lots and 9 blocks. The annexation request again includes the entire plat and all of Tyler Parkway from 57th Avenue Northwest to the northern boundary of the plat. The total size of the annexation is 63.03 acres. The area of the proposed annexation is contiguous with corporate boundaries. All costs associated with extending municipal infrastructure will be the responsibility of the developer. These are being proposed for future residential development. The proposed plat includes green spaces, walking trails, and a neighborhood park. The neighborhood park would be located on Lot 1, Block 6 of the proposed plat, and is proposed to be zoned P Public. A draft neighborhood park development agreement was reviewed by city staff and Bismarck Park and Recreation staff. This agreement is acceptable to staff and is proposed to be finalized at the September 11th, 2025 Bismarck Park Board meeting. The signed park development agreement will be forwarded to the City Commission for final consideration of the plat, zoning map amendment, and annexation. The majority of the plat will be developed for single-family homes with the exception of Lot 1, Block 2, located at the intersection of Tyler Parkway and James Wright Avenue. This lot is proposed to be zoned RM30. The Planning and Zoning Commission at their meeting on January 24th, 2024, considered and voted unanimously to call for a public hearing on the proposed zoning map amendment and tentatively approve the preliminary plat. An application for final plat was submitted for review in August of 2024. In an effort to address concerns regarding stormwater management, the overall request for approval of the plat was delayed, allowing the applicant's consultant the opportunity to work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers concerning impacts to wetlands within the proposed platted area and mitigation requirements. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers recently approved the permit for the proposed wetland mitigation, and corresponding stormwater management has been approved by the city engineer. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered and called for a public hearing on a revised zoning map amendment. At your meeting last month, the revised zoning map amendment included R10 residential zoning districts for lots 2 through 12, Block 6, lots 1 through 8, and lots 22 through 27, Block 7 of the proposed plat. The applicant and their consultant determined that the R10 residential zoning would be needed as the buildings proposed would not meet the lot coverage requirements in our R5 district. The R10 zoning district allows for a 40% lot coverage, while the R5 only allows for a 30% lot coverage. The applicant has also submitted a waiver request to modify the lot width at the property boundary adjacent to the street and lot width at the building setback line for 16 lots within the proposed plat. The city zoning ordinance requires a lot width of no less than 60 feet at the property boundary and no less for 40 feet at the building setback line for properties zoned R5 and R10. Staff is supportive of this request as these lots are either identified as non-buildable green space or adjacent to lots identified as non-buildable green space. The proposed plat also includes a temporary access to the development to meet the city's secondary access requirements. The proposed access is located on Lot 12, Block 9, adjacent to Tyler Parkway. The city will be entering into a development agreement with the developer that lists the installation and maintenance responsibilities, timeframes and triggers for removal of the temporary intersection and road, and restoration of Lot 12 to a buildable lot. Approval of the development agreement will be required prior to recordation of this plat. The city engineer has requested a temporary turnaround easement outside the proposed plat at the terminus of Hoburg Drive, Burning Lane, and James Wright Avenue. These easements must be provided prior to recording the plat. The city engineer has also requested a separate dedicated right-of-way or separate easement to the city of Bismarck for all municipal services from 57th Avenue to the southern boundary of the plat. This easement is proposed to be located within the Tyler Parkway right-of-way and would also be required prior to recordation. The public has been notified of this request. A notice was published in the Tribune on August 15th and 22nd, and 29 postcards were mailed to the property owners of nearby properties on August 15th. We have received written comments. Those were emailed to you prior to this evening's meeting. The annexation, zoning map amendment, and major subdivision final plat were evaluated according to standards contained within our comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and state law. As a result of the findings contained in the staff report, staff find the proposed annexation, zoning map amendment, and plat would not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare and is consistent with our comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the zoning map amendment from the A Agricultural Zoning District to the RM30 Residential, R10 Residential, R5 Residential, and P Public Zoning Districts, the major subdivision final plat for William Blackstone Edition, and the annexation of all of the proposed plat and all of the Tyler Parkway right-of-way from 57th Avenue Northwest to the northern boundary of the plat, including granting a waiver to reduce the lot widths at building lines and building setback lines as outlined in the attached waiver request, with the following 3 conditions. A temporary turnaround easement at the terminus of Hoburg Drive, Burning Lane, and James Wright Avenue are provided prior to recording the plat. Separate dedicated right-of-way or a separate easement to the City of Bismarck for all municipal services from 57th Avenue Northwest to the southern boundary of the plat is required prior to recordation. And a development agreement outlining the installation and maintenance responsibilities, timeframes, and triggers for removal of the temporary intersection and road and restoration of Lot 12 to a buildable lot be submitted prior to recordation of the plat. Do you have questions?
Commissioners, questions for Jenny? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Jenny. Thank you. With that, I'll open up the public hearing on this agenda item. Would either the requester or a representative be available?
Both.
Excellent.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Nick Cullen. I'm with Houston Engineering. I am an engineer, just FYI, but I do have a lawyer next to me as well, so, boy, we might as well leave, right? No, Jenny covered everything extremely well in the staff report. We have reviewed the comments made by Burleigh County and support the responses made by the City of Bismarck's Engineering Community Development Director, and have no further comments regarding the responses at this time. But my client and I are both available to address any questions or concerns that you might have throughout the public hearing process. And my name is Bob Martin, for the record, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Bob. Commissioners, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bittner, please proceed.
Thank you. I am aware of the concerns from the Burleigh County Engineering Department, but I was not aware of answers to those concerns.
Chair, the responses are in the commissioner's packets, so.
Commissioner Bittner, did you get a packet or?
I did electronically, but I didn't see that.
Oh, okay. It is part of the packet. Are you seeing anything, Commissioner Bittner?
No, I'd have to exit this screen and
okay.
Go into emails and call up the link and whatnot. So
okay,
that's not going to work for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, additional questions for Nick? I'm not seeing any, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Thank you, Chairman Schwartz, Chair Bittner, Mayor Schmitz, and Commissioners. My name is Chad Moldenauer. I am the owner of K&L Homes and Heritage Development here in Bismarck. I received a postcard here in the mail about a week and a half ago. I'm an owner of a home that is adjacent to this property, and so I've got some some concerns about some of the things that we see in the packet and in the development itself. First and foremost, I am the developer of Heritage Ridge. Heritage Ridge consists of 120 single-family home lots. They are some of them are adjacent to this property. I'm also the developer of Heritage Cottages here in our community, and Heritage Cottages is a 55 and over development. The total build-out is going to be 98 residential units, and I see some of our residents are here today to speak, but we did have this letter that was sent out. It had a lot of different questions from the adjacent property owners, and so they did ask me to put together a letter, which I did send to the city. I think it was yesterday. I did include some copies here that I can hand out just in case you haven't received it.
Thank you, Chad. We did receive.
Okay. Excellent. So as you probably realize, I've been on both sides of conversations like this in the past, both as a developer and now as a property owner and as an adjacent developer. From the public hearing that we heard earlier, obviously, anytime you have a development that is being proposed adjacent to a community, you're going to have a lot of really strong feelings in one way or the other. I wanted to start off just my presentation today by saying there are some certain positives in this development that's being proposed. I'd love to see the public park. I was on the Green Space Committee 12 years ago when we set the table for parks like these to be included in neighborhood developments going forward. I like the walking trail. If this does connect at some point with Tyler Parkway, it'd be great for residents to have that walking trail and have that interconnectivity between Ash Coulee, which I believe is where the walking trail leaves off right now, and Tyler Parkway. Also, the development pays homage to some Supreme Court justice names, which may be somewhat difficult to pronounce for some of the folks that are traveling on those roads, but for those with a legal background, I'm sure they'll appreciate that. As I said before, I'm not opposed to development in general. I'm a big proponent of development in this community, but it has to be done in a safe, orderly, and predictable fashion. And I think there are some things that are lacking on this plat right now that I'd like to see this city commission, this Planning and Zoning Commission address. I have been in front of the commission in the past for both Heritage Park and Heritage Ridge, and actually the first iteration was not accepted by the Planning and Zoning Commission. We were encouraged to go back and continue to work on it, and that's what I would certainly encourage you to do for the plat that we have here. The biggest thing that I heard from residents when I got some feedback on the development was the access points and the concern with the access points. The speed of traffic as it moves right now it's a 55-mile-per-hour roadway, but I would say on any given summer night, you can see cars moving a whole heck of a lot faster than that. When you're a developer, you generally try to line up access points, because if I can see where the traffic is coming and the traffic can see me, chances are we're going to be able to navigate that roadway in a safe fashion. Unfortunately, we have what I would call an offset intersection. I know there's a letter that was distributed from the county to the city, and there's maybe a point of contention as far as whether the private drives in our Heritage Cottage development count as an offset intersection. I think there's even some information on T intersections maybe being more safe than these offset intersections, or that they're different things. But I'm not an engineer. I made the mistake of sitting next to Landon earlier when some of those questions and comments were kind of thrown his direction. So for me, like I said, if you have traffic, doesn't matter if it's coming from a private development or if it's coming from a city arterial road, that traffic should be able to see what's coming at them. I've cleaned snow in our Heritage Cottage developments now for the last couple of years, and I can tell you that coming over the roadway down into the cottage development, it's really hard to see that area, especially in the wintertime when things are icy. If you do allow this plat to move forward with these current intersections, there would actually be 3 access points within 700 feet and 4 access points within 1,400 feet. And I just don't think that is a safe way to put this development in place, or something that the city should allow. 57th Avenue should be an access point that's included in this development, I believe. I'm not entirely sure why it's not in the development right now, as opposed to maybe just cost savings for the developer. The county, I think, would tell you that that would be something that they would require if they were to approve this development and to see this actually get put forward. We also believe that there should be, at the very least, if you are going to allow these access points, to be a traffic study. Traffic study is something that I had to do with one of my county subdivisions. And when you have access points that don't match up with the arterial roadway studies that we've done, either the one on so just because we're not a Fleet Farm, a Costco, or a Walmart, I do think the traffic is already there. I think you're going to have some residents that can attest to that. Another concern that I have, and I think a lot of the residents have expressed concern with, is the RM30 lot, which is Lot 1, Block 2. You heard some residents come up in the South Meadows subdivision, and they talked a lot about predictability. You even heard Commissioner Larson talk about some of the concerns about placing an RM30 lot like this kind of right at the edge of town, or an apartment type lot. If you look at our Bismarck's Together 2045 comprehensive plan, this particular piece of property is in the urban neighborhood subdivision, or the urban neighborhood area, and that is defined as predominantly residential with a mix of single-family homes. This is not something that would be conducive to the type of traffic that you might see adjacent to Tyler Parkway in that spot. It's not compatible with adjacent uses. We've got single-family homes in Heritage Ridge. We've got some row homes in Heritage Cottages. The density is actually less than 6 units per acre on those units. And I would argue that this is not compatible both with adjacent uses or in harmony with the comprehensive plan. If you are going to do something like this, I understand that there's a need for more of a density in some developments. If you are going to do something like this, it should be closer to an arterial roadway, like a 57th Avenue, or maybe phased in a development, not at a location that I think is already problematic in itself. The other concern that I think has come up with the various conversations that I've had with residents is just kind of the relative remoteness of the development. When we first put Heritage Park and Heritage Ridge forward to the City Commission, we actually got denied for a couple different reasons. The first reason was the sanitary sewer connection that we had at the time. We were proposing a lift station that was about 3/4 mile away from the city services. We were told that was a little too remote. I actually saved the article here, and it says Bismarck Planners Nix Subdivisions. The quotation in there was from Mayor Seminary, and it said, "We're trying to eliminate donut holes. This only amplifies that problem." This subdivision actually has 1.5 miles of force main, or pretty close to it, that is being proposed, and I realize that the developer is going to be carrying that cost initially for the lift station, but the City of Bismarck is going to have to carry that cost down the road. I know from experience we have a lift station in Heritage Cottages, and we've already had some maintenance issues that we've had to work through, and it froze up over the course of the winter. So that certainly concerns me. The only real connection that this particular piece of property has to Bismarck, because they're not getting the water from our developments, they're not getting the sewer from our developments, and these roadway connections are tenuous at best, is through Heritage Cottages. And as we kind of hear in the back and forth between the city and the county, the city doesn't believe that a private development with private driveways has the same effect or carries the same safety concerns as arterial roadways. So once again, I think this, in a lot of ways, is probably more of a donut hole than our development was right away when we first proposed it. But the reason why you're sitting on this commission is because we've got to be able to use our common sense. We've got to be able to use our experience to get the best possible outcome. And I do feel like if safety is a concern and that natural growth of Bismarck is a concern, that we should either deny this development or consider making some adjustments. I think the first adjustment that should be made is James Wright Avenue should be matching up with the existing access point down at Heritage Cottages, just for safety's sake, if nothing else. That 57th Avenue connection, that should be required right away. I don't think it's responsible to rely on the developer to put it in eventually when we've got traffic that moves pretty quickly on that road already. A traffic study, I think, would put a lot of this to rest, the back and forth between the city and the county as far as what's safe on the roadway. If these two access points are pursued, then at the very least, we should have a traffic study that would say that. And then lot 1, block 2, that's the RM30 lot. It is not compatible with adjacent uses. It is not something that was covered in the Together 2045 plan, and it shouldn't be allowed in this location. So once again, I'm not against development of this parcel as long as it's done in a safe, orderly, and predictable fashion. And I would ask that this group not allow this development to go forward in its current form.
Commissioners, questions for Chad before we let him off the podium? None? Okay. Chad, thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it tonight.
With that, the podium is open to others that would care to address this agenda item.
Hello again. Did I jump ahead of somebody? Please, sir, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Chairman, the mayor, and commissioners, my name is Mike Morrell, and I don't get to do this at all, so I'm just as nervous as all the other people that came up here. But my wife and I, a little over a year ago, purchased our home at 6201 Tyler Parkway, right across the street from this proposed development. And it was gorgeous. We love the community. We love the Missouri River and everything it has to offer. And we thought it was a perfect home. And we also recognize that potentially down the road, Bismarck's expanding. There could be homes across the street from us. But when I look to the south and see all the open lots and stuff like that, I didn't think that it would be all that quick. To my surprise, when I found out about this development, I was like, wow, this is happening a lot quicker than I realized. And on top of that, right across the street, there's the RM30 zoning proposed. And I didn't know what that was, so I started doing a little bit of research, and I went to Bismarck's comprehensive 2045 plan and looked up the definition of the urban neighborhood current zoning, in which, to me, when I read the staff report, it was going to stay urban neighborhood. And anyway, in there, it said nothing that I could see about an apartment building or something more than a fourplex in which my wife and I are living in. And it goes on and talks about commercial uses are restricted, limited to working from the home and the occasional yard sale. And again, a farm boy growing up on the farm and moving to the city, I look at apartment buildings as being commercial property, and I could be way off on that, but it's a structure for profit. So I was like, this just can't happen the way I interpret this. And so there are other issues, as Chad had mentioned, with the traffic and stuff that we've seen in the area over the time that we've been there. And I guess I just look out across the site, proposed site, and it's it's a blank slate, the way I see it. It's all pasture. I don't know how many people have come out there and taken a look at it and stuff like that, but to me, it's an opportunity, having such a nice, clean, blank slate to look at the traffic in the area and the roads that are proposed and the whole development and see how it fits within the rest of the community. And that's what I kind of expected would happen with that property, and not just a typical development coming in and leveling off the ground, tearing the grass up and putting houses there and moving on, putting a little park in the corner. So it just seems to me to have a lot of potential, and I would hope that the commission and the zoning commission would work with the developer on some of our comments and take it seriously. And everything you heard on South Meadow applies here as well. And I was surprised to hear on South Meadow that there was an RM20 zoning there, and they felt that they needed that to build an apartment building. And so I guess my RM definition of an RM30 or thought of what that could be is not too far off as far as the potential for an apartment building there. But I thank you for the opportunity to comment if anybody has any questions.
Commissioners, questions for Mike? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Hello again. Again, for the record, Bob Martin. I'm representing the Ward family that is putting together the Blackstone development. I wanted to address the concerns that Mr. Moldenauer raised at one point at a time, starting with the Tyler Parkway access. Access has not changed since the application submittal in August of 2023. It has been reviewed and discussed by the city and county for the past 2 years, including the January 24th P&Z meeting when the layout was tentatively approved. James Wright Avenue is actually 326 feet on center from the north private driveway indicated in the plat, and 337 feet on center from the south private driveway. So these concerns about the impact on the traffic do not seem to be warranted given the outline, or excuse me, the way that the roadway has been outlined. And the temporary access point is actually 672 feet on center from the south private driveway and 698 on center from the center of 57th Avenue Northwest. Intersection and site distance were reviewed at both access points, and it seems to me we could support lowering the speed limit on Tyler Parkway if that's such a concern. After all, Mr. Moldenauer is maintaining that the 55-mile-an-hour rate isn't being followed in any event, and we have no problem in doing that if the city staff so deems it required. Now, with respect to 57th Avenue Northwest, the reason that it's not to save money that we're not incorporating that. The right-of-way access was sold to Burleigh County for the entire length of 57th Avenue Northwest 3 years ago. No construction's taken place. We've had this on hold for quite some time. We started this project over 2.5 years ago. And we can't see the point of waiting for Burleigh County to build 57th Avenue Northwest before we can use that as an access point. And 2 access points are required. So that is why we're not incorporating the 57th Avenue Northwest at this time. It is our full intention, as it will be reflected in the developer's agreement, once the access does open up in 57th Avenue Northwest, we'll be closing the temporary access. But at what point that takes place is going to depend upon how soon the county or the city, if they take over the easement that was sold to Burleigh County, actually constructs 57th Avenue Northwest. Now, with respect to the city city sewer main, this is required by the city of Bismarck. The sewer shed in this particular development drains to River Road. The city will not allow a forced main in the River Road, therefore a lift station and forced main is required, and will discharge into a gravity main near Prairie Hawk Drive. This forced main will not be abandoned in the future, and all installation costs are being borne by my clients. I think the last estimate I had was $1.5 million for the lift station. And while that's going to add significantly to our cost for this first phase of the development, that lift station will be designed to service 150 acres. So phase 2 of the development, which will be going to the north, and I know there was some concern about crowding in the schools, I have been in contact with Bismarck Public Schools about a purchase of property for the construction of a new middle school, or grade school, or elementary school, I think they said. So we're looking forward to expanding this development throughout the totality of Section 7. And it seems to me that these concerns are adequately addressed by what has been presented in those letters back from the city in response to the county's questions. There was also some question about remoteness. The City of Bismarck Community Development Department requested higher density residential, and that there's no RM30 within 1 mile of LaSalle Drive. And it's extremely limited high density, and it's extremely limited high density residential available in Northwest Bismarck. Essentially, I don't know how it can be remote if Heritage Park is right across the street. That is a part of the city of Bismarck. I'm from Jamestown. This was actually done at the request of the city during the planning phase. They wanted to have that high-density annotation for that particular lot. We're perfectly amenable to changing that downward. We don't have anybody that's been hot and heavy to buy that lot to construct an apartment building. So I'm perfectly agreeable to matching the same zoning that is directly across from it, if that will quiet Mr. Moldenauer's concerns. I should add on the temporary access one more point. I think I already mentioned that. Sorry, I'm being redundant. Did that raise any questions or answer any questions for anybody?
Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
And I may have missed it. Why is it taking so long since 2023 to finally come in here today?
Army Corps of Engineer approval for the impact on the stormwater plan, essentially. The Corps was, out of all the bureaucratic hiccups we've had in doing this project, the Corps was by far the worst. It was a matter of, I think, almost 8-9 months before we finally got that taken care of.
Did you say the preliminary plat bill was still a year ago? Is that right?
When was that applied? Was that applied in January of 2024? So it was actually a year and a half, almost 2 years ago.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioners, additional questions for Bob? Bob, thank you for clarifying the density on that RM30, because to me it looked like it was out of place, and I was trying to understand.
Well, it was at the
why it
request
was
of the
there.
city. And like I said, we have no problem matching the density across the street.
Okay, thank you. The podium is open for others that care to address this agenda item.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Oliver. Thank you for hearing me, Mayor and Commissioners. I wonder how many people who are here now have driven along Tyler Parkway, coming from Elk Ridge Elementary or Ash Coulee, where Horizon is, going north. First of all, to say it's not a remote area, I don't know, maybe because I didn't live here all my life, but I'd call where I live remote. We don't even get our mail 6 days a week. I mean, doesn't that qualify as somewhat remote? Okay. Secondly, access to this community from 57 should be a given. If you've driven from Ash Coulee past 57, going north, there's a hill that comes, like 57 is the hill coming down to Tyler Parkway. When the ice comes, which it invariably does, there should not be a stop sign at the end of 57. Twice, I'm old, I drive slowly, and thank God, because twice a car coming down from 57 absolutely could not stop. There's just no way that that car could stop before making its left going south towards Ash Coulee. I was going south also and had to swerve onto the small access road. I don't know, whatever you call it. It's like a farm road, like with gravel on it. And if I hadn't been going slow, there's no way that there wouldn't have been an accident. So to say we don't need that access is a fallacy. If you drive it in the winter, in the summer when it's gorgeous and beautiful, you can see better. there's no clouds. It's, that's a different story. But we have winters, we have ice, and it always comes. Forget climate warming or whatever. So anyway, I just wanted to address the access thing and the remoteness of, I feel like we are on the edge. Like South Meadows was talking. They feel like they're on the edge. My God, I think we're on the edge if they're on the edge. So the last thing I feel we need is an apartment building. And I was happy to hear that they would, the people who are planning to build would rezone that to match what we have on the other side of the street. The last thing is more an emotional thing. I'm sure you recall the man who talked about his forever home. Well, but when you get to our age, I'm 77. It is your forever home because you're going to go from there to a nursing home or heaven or hell, whichever. But we're done. We're finished. When I bought this home, I used Darren Schmidt, who's been a realtor in this neck of the woods since '08. I bought my home on Bell Street from him, and I used him to buy this house. On Bell Street, he said to me, "You'll never have a problem selling because you live right down from Grimswood School." And he was right. I sold that house in a weekend. Now I turn around, and he says, I used him to buy the house from Chad, and I said, "Oh, it's so beautiful across the street." And he goes, "Oh, you're not going to have to worry. It'll be years before they even think of building on there. The Wards own that, the Ward family owns that property. You'll be dead and buried before they build anything." Well, I was crushed when I found, I'm only one person, but I think us in that community feel that way too. It's like, the houses were expensive, but we did that because of where the place was, on the edge of the community, no congestion. Now we're going to have a mess across the street. That's how I feel. But I could live with the houses over there if we could take care of the 57th and not have an apartment building. So thank you for listening to me. Appreciate it. Good night.
Susan, thank you for your comments.
Do you have any questions?
Commissioners, questions? I don't think so.
Thank
you,
you
Susan.
very much.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mayor, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in opposition to the William Blackstone addition as proposed. In the interest of time, I think I could just say I ditto the comments of Mr. Moldenauer. And
Sir, could I get you to introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, Gary Peterson.
Thank you, Gary.
I live up on Crested Butte Road. So my wife's property, where we've lived for 5 years, looks to the west over the proposed development. When we bought that property, we were under no illusion that it wouldn't be developed. It's a natural. But as I've had conversations with Mr. Moldenauer and others in our neighborhood, obviously there's concerns which have already been expressed, but just to hit the highlights is the access points are a concern. I look right over Tyler Parkway and watch the supposed 55-mile-an-hour traffic buzz by all day, every day. It needs to be addressed. So it's the access points, speed of traffic, and I agree with Mr. Moldenauer that a traffic study would be really, really helpful and important to make sure that development is done properly. A biggest concern is the RM30 lot conversation, and I appreciate the fact that there could be some consideration about some concessions there. That's the biggest thing for us because as my wife and I knew there'd be development, there was no anticipation of an RM30 type of situation or a potential, I think, up to a 41-unit apartment building. And as you consider your decision, I hope you use the same philosophical approach as you did earlier in the night about that particular issue to this, because I think it's extremely similar. Lastly, there is a concern about sewage, and I think there's been good conversation here. I don't understand that stuff at all. I just know what I see right above ground. So appreciate your careful consideration of what you hear tonight, and appreciate all that you do and your commitment to public service. So thank you.
Commissioners, questions for Gary? None, Gary, thank you. If I could get you to hold your applause just a little bit this evening, I appreciate your support of everybody, but thank you.
Pen's not working here. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jane Schumacher, and I am also a resident of the Heritage Cottages development, and I echo many of the concerns already shared here this evening, so I'll try to be brief here. So my current concern about traffic safety and the access points, to reiterate what others have said, living on Tyler Parkway, I can attest that that portion of road between 57th and 71st is currently highly traveled and fast oftentimes. And with the future expansion plans to connect Tyler Parkway through Ash Coulee, I think that's going to really add to the traffic on North Tyler Parkway. That's probably going to become a new thoroughfare. People are going to avoid Washington that they take now to get north, and they're going to jump on Tyler Parkway. So the proposed proposal of the offset access points along Tyler Parkway is a concern that it could create some traffic hazards, especially with the increased traffic coming up over the years. And also with just during the development of the Blackstone development build-out timeframe, you're going to have slow traffic moving in and out of there, construction equipment, trucks, payloaders, whatever, moving in and out of that development. And I guess my concern is it would be much safer to enter that development via 57th versus a temporary access point or the other north access point. I know you need two access points, but for all that big equipment to safely get in and out of that developing area, it makes more sense to me to do that off 57th and access into the development that way. So that would be my one ask. And then also to echo the concerns about the RM30 lot. Again, I appreciate that there is some willingness to change that zoning to something more amenable to the area as it exists now. And just, I too read the Together 45 plan, and the RM30 does not really fit in that definition of that urban neighborhood area. So my ask would be, to look at the zoning of that as well. And because as you've heard tonight, those apartment buildings can affect the property values, and those of us that live in the cottages and, along the other heritage development, we don't want to see our property values diminish either. Great things about the development, yes, the parks, the walkability. I'm looking forward to that as a resident of the cottages, but very concerned about safety along that road right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Commissioners, any questions for Jane? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Daryl Doboguy, longtime resident, 12-year resident of Bismarck. We moved away in 21 to be full-time residents of Arizona and realized that was a mistake right off. And this May, we purchased the home Heritage Cottages. It was automatic. We came back in Christmas time to visit our daughter. We realized 2 weeks is not enough out of the year to see her. So we knew right away. The next morning I was on the email with Chad buying my second home from him. My first home was over in, But the point is, I made a mistake. I came back. Now, in coming back, there is no way I would have purchased this house if I would have known it was going to be a 41-unit apartment building, 3 or 4 stories tall, right across the street. I understand about the affordable housing, sir, and I agree with that in some sense. But you made light of it earlier in a humorous fashion. No apartment buildings in Boulder Ridge. Well, this is the exact same thing that we just witnessed here tonight. I am one that, for my lifetime in 45 years, I'm 66. For 45 years, I said, you cannot fight City Hall. We lost our home in the East Grand Forks flood. We couldn't fight City Hall. We were not diked. We're the only 2 homes that were not diked. We lost our home. We did this. We lost. Tonight was the first time I've seen City Hall listen to people. What a beautiful ceremony, beautiful what we heard tonight, and then you all listened to that, and I'd seen it, so I stand corrected. Maybe there is some common sense in government. I've been in 43 years in government, 23 years with the United States Air Force, and 20 years with the Department of Protection, Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection. So I understand that. There's not a lot of common sense. But tonight I've seen it, so I appreciate that. Everything that was said earlier is definitely the same situation that we are here. Back yourself up 7 or 8 years, because in 7 or 8 years, it'll already be approved, but the same problems are going to be there, having an apartment building next to $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 homes. All of our homes are going to go down in value. This is the last hurrah for us. We have 6 here and 6 in Arizona. This is the last hurrah. I don't want to see an apartment building. Everything else, and I appreciate what he has said, that they would come down to match that, but I was in the military for 23 years. I believe it when I see it, not when I hear it. I would like to have that. If that was the case, then they could match it this evening to RM5 or R10, and let's do that in documentation going forward. I don't, necessarily think, well, oh yeah, it might not be an apartment building then, no. If that's the case, do it now. I have no qualms about building. I think it's beautiful to see the homes there coming up like that. That's awesome. But the traffic, just last night I laid down in bed, 10:30, and a crotch rocket came from 57th going north on Tyler Parkway. He ran through all 6 gears. By the time he hit the bottom, and that's about 80 to 90 miles an hour, easily. And that happens every night. You hear it in the sundown, and not to mention, it was brought up earlier, there's a very visibility factor. When you're going north from 57th up to the hill, and then you're coming down, we have a very short, the north entrance is very short after that, and when we're braking to go ahead and get in there, if somebody's really getting into it right off of 57th, they're not going to be able to slow down enough to miss somebody in front of them turning into the area. All of them accesses within the 1,400 feet he was talking about. Crazy idea. Needs to be a study. They should. Smarter people than me, needs to study this. So that's one of the concerns. The accessibility to it. Do not mind the building. I'm all for it. Does not need an apartment building. It's the very same reason we sat for 2 hours of comment from the public that you guys listened to. Just fast forward in 8 to 10 years, because that's going to be the same situation here. And we're just these were all my neighbors. I live within 100 feet, 200 feet of this whole row over here, this row here. We're just brand new. We've only got maybe 6 out of the 15 units purchased. The other 8 or 9 are going to say the same thing. The other 12 down the northern edge are going to say the same thing. It's a problem that's going to get bigger, and you could fix it right now, nip it in the bud, do the right thing first. Don't do it after the fact. Do the right thing first. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Daryl, thank you. The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
Hello. Hi, my name is Rosalind Brummett Weber.
I didn't quite hear your name.
Oh, Rosalind Weber?
Rosalind? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a quick question for the developers. I'm actually here to talk about chickens. But there was a question about an Army Corps review. And I was curious how many natural wetlands are in the property and what the mitigation, how many acres those wetlands are, and then what the mitigation requirements are for the new development. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosalind. Sounds like a question for you, Nick.
Yes. Chair, Commissioners, if memory serves me correctly, the impacts to the wetland were 0.4 acres by the time we built out the embankment for the retention ponds. And the way we are mitigating this is through Ducks Unlimited credit purchases. And we have to purchase those at a 2-to-1 ratio. So 0.8 acres of mitigation, and those mitigation credits are approximately $83,000 per acre. So that's how we're mitigating this process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for clarification. With that, the podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item.
All right, Chair, Commissioners, just as kind of follow up to all the final comments. So if the commission is open to considering conditions of approval, we are completely open to reducing the speed limit on Tyler Parkway if city staff is open to considering it. Absolutely, we have no concerns or qualms about that whatsoever. I drive my children to Oak Ridge on a daily basis, and I understand the same concerns that they have. So from a speed limit standpoint, we will support that as well. We are also fully supportive of the RT zoning, very similar to across the street. We're more than happy to match that. We just wanted to appeal to the Community Development Department. They were asking for higher density residential. We were happy to comply and make that work. But if there's something else that this commission feels that should be done, we're more than happy to make that a condition of approval as well. And then again, going back to the speed limit, currently we did a site distance calculation based on that hill on Tyler Parkway between, I guess you could call it the RT zoning and 57th Avenue. And it is at the minimum site distance. When you get to the top of that hill and you're looking either direction, you are at the minimum site distance for a 55-mile-an-hour road. So we, again, are supportive of the reducing of the speed limit in that area, if that is a condition that this commission would like to meet. So, any questions?
Commissioners? Commissioner Johnson?
So Nick, why not just match up with the roads across the street, even though they're private drives? Is there something that drove it to not align with them perfectly? Anything grade-wise or drainage-wise or whatever it might be?
Chair, Commissioner Johnson, there were multiple factors that came into play. First was topography, second was drainage, and third was the development for these cottage homes was still being constructed at the time we started the preliminary plat. And we got the preliminary plat approval. That's where it kind of established itself. This whole process went through with various iterations on the stormwater plan, the Army Corps, et cetera. And then when final build out of the cottage homes kind of occurred during our permitting process, that's kind of just where everything landed. It happened to be fairly equidistant between those two approaches, so we felt comfortable with it. Moving forward, city staff was comfortable with it during the development review process. So that's why we have kept it at that location this entire time.
Commissioner Johnson?
So if you were to, if you were to say, no, we gotta align it, and you had to go back and redo the whole plat, the whole development, does that go back to the Corps of Engineers? That's go back for another year, whatever it might be, and does that add? What does
Chair.
that do to your timeline?
Chair, Commissioner Johnson, it would set us back to the preliminary plat process. We would have to realign the roads. We would have to recomplete our stormwater management plan. We'd have to go through the platting process all over again, through all the development reviews. So I would assume that it would take another year, year and a half. We'd also have to go back to the Army Corps for permitting, and it would probably likely cost our client another $60,000 to $80,000 worth of development cost and time to relocate James Wright Avenue.
Commissioners, additional questions? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bittner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there Burley County engineering staff in the room? Casey, are you there? One of the things about being on mute while you're doing this Zoom thing is I've been on the phone with Marcus Hall, Burley County engineer. Maybe Casey can share some of the concerns. First thing I'd like to know, Casey, is who maintains the speed limit on that road? Who maintains the road and who maintains the speed limit?
Currently, it is Burley County. So for speed limit, our rules are different than city rules. We have to do speed studies. We can't just randomly change speed limits. You have to have an actual study that proves what the 85th percentile is for the speed limit, and we sign it appropriately. It's based on how comfortable it is. People want to drive what they naturally want to go at, and be able to go from there. For maintenance, we currently maintain and plow that roadway.
Thanks, Casey.
Yep.
Any additional concerns that you have from county engineering standpoint?
There's a few going through there. When we looked at everything initially back in 2023, we had talked, if areas don't line up, it can create potential issues. And that's been a point that county engineering has said for multiple years. Good examples, 43rd Avenue. They're on the north and south sides, none of those intersections lined up. When it went through the planning process, it was a little frustrating because they were shifted over. When we reconstructed 43rd to try and address that, we put a center turn lane going down, and there was a right turn lane added in select area with Legacy High School going through there. And reading through the report, T intersections, there's pluses and minuses to them like everything. There is some good things and some not so good. When you have two T intersections that are really close, it can create a lot of different issues. A good example of that is 19th Street on 43rd Avenue. That offset intersection wasn't the best. It was realigned, put into a roundabout, help facilitate traffic a little bit faster, a little bit safer going through there. And there's T intersections that do work very good looking through those parts. When we looked at this exact area with the cottage homes, and you're looking at 98 units, I agree with the city wrote, the east to west, you're probably not going to get that many driving across like that, but you are getting turn movements that are north to south a majority of the time. So when you have a 55-mile-an-hour vehicle coming, when it's a T, when you're going straight across, that's a fatality when you hit. When you're doing the right turns and left turns, that's major property damage, major injury that tends to occur on that. So the city is proposing at annexing the roadway on Tyler Parkway through this area. Well, Tyler Parkway then in that area of annexation has the rights to change speed limit, and city rules are a lot easier. They can just go out and change them, and they just function under different rules and under law than county does. One area that we have addressed on that is out by Silver Ranch on 43rd. That road is designed at 55 miles an hour. City, once Silver Ranch went in, especially once the school was there, looked at it, they have we drive it every day. I don't, because I'd rather just not slow down to 45 to 35 to 45 to 55. I just go a different route. But that's part of what goes through there. Now, there's not a sign made in the world that makes people actually obey it out there. It's easy to ignore them going through there. So it comes down to an enforcement issue on there. And that's same with Tyler Parkway. We call it 15th Street. It's just a city-county thing. But Tyler Parkway going through there, I'm not saying there aren't examples of people speeding, but that does come down to an enforcement issue going through there. And when we looked at the 98 cottage homes as a driveway, I agree with the city that is a private driveway, but a private driveway generally is a one house. It's not, or it might be a quad home. When you have 98 homes going to it, it's a little bit different. And on the east side, for all the past, the approach to the Southway is supposed to actually have a bar across it, and it's supposed to only have emergency access. Everybody's supposed to go to the north one so you have more room and you have better sight distance and get away. When that was being done on the east side, we had argued 64th should go in right away, and it was decided not to. It went through the process. That's fine. But now when we're looking at this new development on the west side, you have the other development on the east side, that's a lot of traffic that is going. It's a change of conditions, maybe because there's so much traffic to a driveway, maybe we should just look at a traffic operations report. And I agree, they're not always standard on every addition or subdivision that's done, but they do happen when you have larger amounts in there. And it is something that we felt maybe this is a case we should look at, because the traffic ops report can look at the different portions that go in there, and it can also look at 57th and Tyler Parkway, because like what was said, it may not be a T intersection with one stop sign. You may actually need three at once that goes in, and it develops out. It's not saying it has to happen right away. It could be staged as certain 30 building permits are in, then it kind of triggers it and goes through. So, and that's some of the items we've had to do outside of the city when we're working with the DOT. There's stages where it says this is when a turn lane has to go in and do different things, or you do a right in, right out, or a 3/4 intersection. And it just shows some of those parts. Temporary intersections. Gabe knows he was in the meeting. I gave an impassioned speech about how much I hate temporary access points and how those temporary access points become permanent far too often. And Marcus kind of turned and said, Casey's right on everything he said. You get your access, but if you don't take it out, I'm unleashing him on you. So that's one of those things when we look at the temporary, it's amazing how often they start to become permanent, because now once it's there, you're training everybody to use it, and everybody's going to it. And humans are just naturally slower with change. It's just part of it. Doesn't mean it can't be taken away. Doesn't mean it can't go to 57th in the future. It's just once you put one in, they're hard to get rid of. And that was part of our concern, is once you have a temporary, sometimes they develop into a permanent on there. And that was part of our portion of, if you do a traffic study, you can get the results and say, it's not an issue, county. And it's okay, that's fine, now we know. We made an informed decision with actual data to be able to move forward. Or it's, hey, there is a concern, but there's trigger points. It's not needed now, we could look at it later. And we're totally fine with that. We're not against the development. We knew when we built that road, it was getting developed on both sides all over. And that's why we designed the road the way we did, so it can handle the traffic and be able to last to those parts. We just never know how the exact development's going to look, so you try to make it as flexible as you can. For the stormwater, I probably didn't write my question clear enough. Ours wasn't so much, we know it's a unit rate study and all the old parts, so we don't disagree with that. Ours was just, are you detention ponds, retention ponds? What's the actual structure? And I'm sure that it's handled. And we just want to make sure downstream there's not an erosion issue that happens. I'm sure it's in the report. It was just a curiosity question, because we know we'll get questions about it, and we just want to be able to give an accurate answer is all. With the sanitary sewer, We were trying to focus just on this area, not others, and the city response had brought up our shop, which, okay, that's a great example on there of how we've done things, and there's lessons that can be learned from what we've done that can be applied in a better way. And when we did our shop, we couldn't use a septic tank and just say, hey, we're going to have a drain field, because we have 43 people that are there, but our equipment with all the salt sand, especially during the winter, we have to wash it constantly, get all that salt off so it doesn't corrode. A drain field is just not going to handle that, so we had to bring that into the city, and the city was very kind. They worked with us, allowed us to bring that in. When Silver Ranch was done, we had to actually change that sanitary sewer around, because as development goes, whatever we guess, we guarantee we're wrong. So you're always going to have to make adjustments. Whatever's done here, I understand the developer's paying for it the first time. After that, it's probably not the developer. So and the city has a little bit more guided direction than what we had out there at the time, but it's okay. Just learn from us. Let's just make good, wise decisions, because I don't know anybody that comes to my office and says I love paying taxes at any time. So that's just some of what we're talking about. We aren't saying don't do it. We're just saying let's just make informed decisions on it. And the last one where we knew there was an annexation request coming in. We just wanted to confirm with Public Works going through there, and we can talk about it when we do the fringe road area agreement. I agree, we can do it then, but since we're doing a public meeting, it's just an easy question to answer now. And if the city says, hey, we want to go up Tyler Parkway, turn into the development, go south, and we'll come out to the east and it's plowed, great, sounds good. It's something we can work with. On there, we just wanted to confirm that and just make sure. But those are some of the concerns that we were looking at. I think there's good ways that we can address that and move forward. I think with some of the development that's occurred on the east and the west, there's just so much in there. It's a point we may just need to look at a traffic operations report. Let's just try and address these issues. We can do it later when it's urbanized versus what it is now. I don't disagree that it can be done then. It's just, it might be wiser to do it now when it's easier to make those types of adjustments. And that's just what we're looking at. But if you have any questions, I'll try and answer them.
Commissioners, questions for Casey? Commissioner Zen?
Casey, I live kitty corner from Elk Ridge School. When I moved out there 7 years ago, Tyler Parkway was a gravel road. It's now paved, and the city and the county, if there was joint, they did a beautiful job. And there is speeding on there. There are motorcycles. There's all kinds of motorcycles going on. So there's even garbage trucks early in the morning, empty garbage and stuff. So whatever. But I'm aware of that, and I know that. I agree with the person that said when Tyler Parkway gets through the Ash Coulee, we're going to have more traffic on that road. And I accept that too. And this development, I'm not opposed to it. I'm glad there could be some consensus done on it. One thing maybe on 57th, if we had a right turn going north, that might help with this development to some degree. But it is a highly developed area. One thing with this development, people that live in your development, they're not going to have homes looking down on them like I do up on the ridge or past the school. So, but I think there could be some improvements made. It sounds logical to me, but I'm just, maybe we should just hold off on this for a little bit and come up with a few more game plans on it.
Yeah, and I guess we're not saying you have to shut everything down and stop and delay their process. It might be, you could look at an approval and have it contingent upon a couple items on, and how that gets paid for. Great question, going from there. Yeah, and 57th, that portion to the east, that's City of Bismarck's now, that could help, if you need a turn lane, that could help be defined in that, and if there's enough traffic to actually warrant it.
Commissioner Schell.
Casey, outside of the traffic component, and I'll have some remarks to that. Was there anything else from the county highway department's letter than the city of Bismarck's response that's outstanding in your mind, or did we address the questions that you had? Is there any more information, I guess, the county highway department is looking for?
We were looking forward to the discussion tonight, to see those parts. We've seen the parts, and it was, okay, sometimes we just agree to disagree. We each have our approaches on that. And we still, especially on offset intersections, even if they're driveways on there, especially high traffic volume driveways, that, I guess that's our main concern, because once 64th goes in with the roadway master plan, that's still close to that too. So that's part of what we're looking at, and it may need to have a phased trigger point was kind of what we're trying to get across. We're not trying to say throw the baby out with the bathwater by any means on this. It was just when we had initially discussed this in 2023, it was brought up, well, we don't want to annex Tyler Parkway. And we're okay, you're going to match this up because it's our road. That's it. We don't care. And it was, well, there was some debate as it came back later. The city was, we're going to annex it. And it's the city's decision. We understand that. We're just saying at that point, it kind of was, okay, we aren't going to file a report every month saying we still think this should be done. I mean, in the future, we can certainly do that. I have no problem doing that. But it was just, once it got to this point, we're kind of, this might be something we need to look at going through there and just have it for consideration.
Okay, commissioners, other questions for Casey? Sounds like we're good, Casey.
All right.
I have one question for you. How much time does it take to do a traffic study?
Depending on how many traffic counters you put out, it could be another 4 to 6 weeks, roughly, depending on how fast they go. I know Houston Engineering has people that are fully capable of doing those.
Okay, just a curiosity point.
And Nick could answer better than I if they're looking at doing that. And we're not saying it has to be a cost all borne by them. I mean, it's something for the community.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
Do you typically kind of make these type of decisions before preliminary plat of, like, you need a traffic study before? It just seems late in the game to be talking about this, especially 2 years after.
Yeah, typically we try to, but once the city says they're annexing it and they're going to do it differently than we do, even though we've said our part, it's kind of, okay, there's still an issue out here, and to be fair, I do this to the city too. It's thank you for your input, and then we're done. It happens.
Any additional questions, commissioners? Thank you, Casey.
Yep, thank you.
In my usual line of work, the proponent of an idea gets the last say. I don't know if I'm going to have the last say, but there are a couple of things I would like to say to the chair and the commission about the comments that have been made. I guess from what I'm hearing, it comes down to two things, possibly the risk of the traffic, and apparently the one gentleman's not willing to take my word that will match the zoning across the street. It seems to me those are things that could be addressed in the developer's agreement. This is my concern. Over 2 years, we've been working on this. It's not just the other $60,000 to $80,000 we have to spend going back to square one and starting again. We've already invested $200,000 in this project. That is a lot of capital for the Ward family to shell out for this. And whatever you decide to do, I would hope at the least we won't be back at square one. You can attach your conditions. We're perfectly willing to negotiate on these. We're not, if it's allowable, we can even gate that southern temporary access just for emergency vehicle use only. But it was my understanding we had to have 2 access points to start the development process. My engineer informs me that a gate is a possibility. I'm not going to kick about a gate. Insofar as the idea that we're only paying for the sewer system once, the $1.5 million, there's a capital credit charge for each and every single lot of almost $4,300 that's going to have to be going on to maintain that. The way it was explained to me, that's the charge of getting this system into the city. Eventually, the water moving in, the sewage moving out. And every developer pays for that on every lot when one of the 3 triggering events takes place. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to say we're only going to be paying for the sewer system once, when we're looking at another, let's see, if we have 100, I'm always kind of figure 111 buildable lots because we have a couple of pocket parts and some green spaces and such that we're not going to build on. But, you know, you're still getting close to $500,000 in capital credit charges as well. So as I said, I think it's disingenuous to say we're only paying for this sewer system once. Does anyone have any questions for me? And like I said, I'd rather see this move forward and we can hash it out with the city and the development agreement. But I don't want to go back to square one. We've got too much time and too much money invested in this. And my clients, I have a generational gap in my clients. My oldest client is 83, his sister is 81, and the next generation down are the kids. And I'm working for them both. And this is complicating things. Time is not on our side on this, is what I'm saying. So, any questions?
Commissioners? I think we're good, Bob.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll keep it really brief. As a developer, I know that these meetings don't always go as planned. You don't bring a project to the Planning and Zoning Commission and expect for it to get approved every time. And every developer invests their time, their money, their passion into a project. But what I will say is this commission has to get it right. We're talking about public safety. We're talking about the safety of these roadways. Obviously, there's still a difference of opinion between the city and the county as far as what these access points mean and what potential danger we're bringing to the public. So I would really encourage you to get it right. And if that means that we have to rework some things, then as a developer, that's the risk we take. And that doesn't matter my situation or their situation. Public safety comes first, and we've got to make sure we get this right. The other thing that I would say to you, I really appreciate the concession to work on the density on that lot 1, block 2. I might have that backwards. But the first thing that my residents are going to ask me, if you do approve to match the density across the street, is what does that look like? And RT is what we have. RT could mean a lot of things. I mean, RT, as far as I'm aware, could still be apartment buildings. I think you have 15 units an acre, so it's a little less dense, but you still have some density. So I think if the Ward family were interested in going to an R10 or RM10, like the rest of the development, I think there'd be a lot less concerns. But I can't solve the issue about traffic. I still have those concerns. I'm sure all the people in this room still have those concerns. And like I said, I just encourage you to get it right. And I think you'll be able to do that.
Thank you for your comments,
Thank you.
John. The podium is open. This is still a public hearing. Is there anyone else that would care to?
Couple things. One, I forgot to sign, so I'll sign right away here. And I just want to go on record to say that when the concession was made to go to an RT, I had that question, is what does RT mean? And I would be much more comfortable, and when I made my comments, and when I heard the commission suggest maybe, or the earlier concession being, make it the same, my mind was R5, R10, which I kind of understand. So just that clarification. And I'd also like to say that I support Daryl, so you can add 2 people in the room. As far as want to see that in writing. And it's very unfortunate that we live in a society today that we can't trust one another anymore. And that really hurts me a lot, just to say that, but that's where we're at. So with that, I thank the commission, chairman, mayor. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'll ask one last time. The podium is open for anyone that would care to address this agenda item. And I'm not seeing anybody jump up, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on this agenda item.
Mr. Chairman, if
Jenny.
I may.
Thank you.
Has some clarifying comments to make, and I apologize. I typically say this during my testimony, but the urban neighborhood in our land use plan. The urban neighborhood is a district that is primarily residential with a mix of single-family homes, townhomes, twin homes, up to 4 units in one building. So there's a mix of density type in the urban neighborhood. And the applicant is correct. Staff did ask for some additional density here. Looking again through the hope that we have in our community to have different types of housing with different price points. And we were hoping that this would fill the need. However, staff is amenable to downzoning, perhaps an RM10 or an RM20. I would not suggest an an RT. RT is across the street, as was mentioned earlier. It allows for offices, medical uses, things like that. It also allows for apartment buildings with up to 30 units per acre. So procedural-wise, if you wanted to do that, we'd have to go back because we can't upzone, but we can at the table if you are amenable and if your client is, or excuse me, the applicant is, we could go down to something like an RM15, an RM20, an RM10. That would allow for row houses, like mentioned before. If you are still concerned about height, we can also put a condition to limit the building height if that's something that is agreeable to the applicant as well as you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate your comments. Okay, with that being said, Commissioners.
Sorry, just wanted to put on the record, we're completely agreeable to that, as suggested by Jenny. My instructions from the family were very clear. Proceed to annexation. As I said, 2.5 years, $200,000. We don't want to start this over. Attach which conditions you will with respect to a gate. At least a 4-week traffic study is a lot less painful than 8.5 months before the Army Corps of Engineers. Time is of the essence for us on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. All right, Commissioners, this is a request.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bittner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see a need to do an outright denial of the thing. I see a need. I think the burden is on the applicant to address the concerns that everybody's brought forward. I think giving them a chance to do that is fair. And so from my perspective, I think they heard the concerns, and I think they could address those rather quickly, and I don't see a need to go back to square one. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bittner. Commissioners, this is a request for an annexation. Staff's recommendation is to approve. A zoning map amendment. Staff's recommendation is to approve. And a major subdivision final plat. Staff recommendations is to approve. And there are 3 conditions that are required with this that have been noted. Jenny, would you care to read those for me, please?
I certainly can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That a temporary turnaround easements at the terminus of Hoburg Drive, Burning Lane, James Wright Avenue are provided prior to recording the final plat. A separate dedicated right-of-way or separate easement to the City of Bismarck for all municipal services from 57th Avenue Northwest to the southern boundary of the plat is required prior to recordation, and that a development agreement outlining the installation and maintenance responsibilities, timeframes, and triggers for removal of the temporary intersection and road and restoration of Lot 12 to a buildable lot be submitted and approved prior to plat recordation.
Thank you, Jenny. So we've got those requests with that condition, with those 3 conditions. So Commissioners, I'm going to ask you what your wishes are. Commissioner Schell?
Sure. If I can maybe just address some of the traffic-related concepts that were brought forward today. Regarding the access points, we do try to limit the number of access points, so we do share that concept with the county. Pretty much any agencies is trying to limit number of access points as well as one can. As far as the heritage cottages are concerned, one of the driveways is the full access point. The other driveway to the south is a temporary access in the sense that it is for emergency use only. That's how that non-access line was approved, was under that condition, as well as the site plan was approved under that condition as well. So as far as when we look at that corridor, there may be 2 access points there today, but really we view that southerly one as one that will be once the full build-out of the project is complete, that our expectation would be that turns into the restricted access as originally intended. When we talk about the traffic study or the need for traffic studies, we'll look at things from the city, from the perspective of traffic safety, and I care very much about traffic safety here and everywhere else. It's one of the things near and dear to my heart as city engineer. So if a developer or any a commercial building, whatever it happens to be, comes forward and has an application to discuss their impacts, we would do a pretty quick scan to see what do we think is likely to occur if this happens, whether it's one house or 500 houses. Obviously has a difference when we talk about 118 units of single-family homes on or a mix of single-family home and other homes as proposed here in Blackstone Edition. On a roadway like Tyler Parkway, where it currently is 55 miles an hour, we understand that and would analyze ourselves what the speed limit should be, and would institute a different speed limit if it were in the city, as Casey from the county indicated earlier. We have ability to set the speed limit with what we think is the appropriate speed limit for the facilities within city limits. So it's entirely would be within our plan to limit that speed limit. So some of the findings that we would see in a traffic study, we're already kind of prepared to do that, whether it's the traffic control devices or speed limit. Those are some of the main items. The other items that we look at are the intersection sight distance and where the access points would be, and that was already performed, or that part of this analysis was already performed during the planning process. So a lot of the things that we might see out of a traffic study, we either got through this process and were able to review and approve, or we would view that the impact is not so critical to require it. I mean, for that matter, this 118 lots really is not a heck of a lot different than the 96 lots on the other side of the street in terms of impacts to the roadway. We feel very comfortable with Tyler Parkway, and it's 1,200 vehicles per day today, both north and south of 57th Avenue, that adding another 100 lots isn't going to be a large concern or impact to that facility or the drivers using it. So I do appreciate traffic safety. I'm interested in the concept of gating that secondary access. I mean, that's something I think we would want to explore as part of the development agreement. It's not, we need secondary access not for the people driving into and out of, but for those emergency service members trying to get in and out. So if we focus the energy and the efforts on the main driveway, main public road, and that secondary way in is just gated, I think that would get a lot of support. I think that would address some of the concerns of the number of access points on this corridor by just removing daily traffic from even using the one at the top of the hill. They'd be going to the one closer to the bottom of the hill. So I guess with all those things, I just wanted to at least state it's not like we weren't looking at those things, but anytime something comes through, we analyze them, and if we believe that the impacts are great enough that we want to have further analysis, or that those impacts might create an impact somewhere else that we need to offset or mitigate that impact through the addition of a turn lane or installation of a traffic signal, whatever that solution might be, those are the types of projects that we would identify a traffic impact study for. And usually a subdivision of 100 lots sometimes doesn't trigger that, and other times it might, depending on the roadway network and what surrounds it. So just wanted to address a couple of those things so you can all at least know what we were thinking, or what I'm thinking as we evaluate those processes.
Thank you, Commissioner Schell. Appreciate that. Commissioner Johnson.
Could I ask you, can you help me understand the force main and the sewer? Is that an issue or not in your eyes?
Sure, Commissioners. Commissioner Johnson, this is a sewer shed as we get ourselves further north. As Mr. Moldenhauer indicated, it drains away from City of Bismarck proper. Pretty much I shouldn't say pretty much, every drop of sewage in the City of Bismarck goes through a force main at some point. Some are lifted multiple times on their journey from the toilet to the water treatment plant on the south end of town. In this particular instance, the initial request from the developer was to take this development and put it into what is known as our North Washington Street sewer shed that serves the same gravity line that serves the Heritage Park and Heritage Ridge developments, as well as others along all Boulder Ridge, Sonnet Heights, et cetera, on its way to Hay Creek. Without knowing the ability for that line to take on additional float, because that was not master planned to include this area. We didn't really want phase one or any of the phases of what would be Blackstone Addition to drain there, because we know that that would be just a temporary solution, probably could drain another house or two, but at some point it would exceed the capacity. So we didn't want to even start going down that road, and we wanted to have more of the permanent solution. And that permanent solution really is draining it back up to the Tyler Cooley area. It'll drain down Tyler Cooley for this area, as well as all the future versions of Elk Ridge into the future. We don't have facilities at the bottom of River Road, and even if we did, it'd still need to be a pump station and a force main back to Pioneer Lift Station regardless. So all of the sewage gets to Pioneer Lift Station, and that's the point where it joins up into a master lift station and is shipped down to Washington Street. So the concept of a force main, we recognize that it's a necessary evil to maintain that facility. We would love for everything just to be gravity and it all just drain because gravity's free. So we understand that there are costs with that, but that's similar to lots of other developments that we would approve in a similar manner. So we aren't concerned about the length of force main. Really what we would want is that length of force main with not a lot of activity on it would require us to flush out and use water just to push more fluids through the line more often would be the aspect.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Good question. All right, commissioners, we're being asked a question, and I'm wondering what your wishes are.
So I might move that we continue it till the next meeting so we can address the items that have been brought forth and make any modifications to the plans and the site plan and the plot and zoning. So we aren't trying to put those as parts of conditions and modify on the fly, but that's, I mean, I am also struggling with the fact, and we already have development right across the road, but as I view how the city of Bismarck should be growing, this is not contiguous, and I would have loved it to all be contiguous to other development further south, but anyway, that was my motion. I think Commissioner Bittner
Commissioner
seconded.
Bittner.
Yes.
He seconded it, I believe.
Oh,
Yes,
is that
I
a
did.
second?
Yes, I did.
So we have a motion to continue and a second. Any discussion, commissioners? And I would ask, okay, Commissioner Shell?
And maybe the discussion item I'd have is just, is the expectation that there's a traffic impact study prepared and findings before we get to this, or is that something that this board
I
would
guess
not
I
want
wasn't so
to?
concerned about the traffic study as much as the zoning and any other conditions that we've already previously talked about. I think it would be staff to work with the developer and the engineer to get those things refined and then continue the hearing next meeting. That was my intent.
Okay.
You're mainly talking about the RM30?
That's big one.
One, yeah.
And probably the closing or the secondary access being gated or controlled.
So what are we willing to do?
And certainly the alignment of those roads. You know, years ago, the city's biggest issue was that streets line up. And suddenly we're somehow getting away from that. And I don't think that's appropriate. That's a significant safety hazard, certainly to the county.
And Commissioner Bittner, this is Commissioner Shell. I guess I would just argue that we have more of a desire for that connectivity when those roadways continue, in the sense that they're both public roadways or even both private roadways for that matter. So really the ownership doesn't matter, but if it's a driveway serving one property or 96 properties, I would say that's different than a roadway that will continue or extend to the next thing, the next thing, the next thing after that, where you'd see more through movements occurring. So I would say that I agree with the connectivity and having multiple connections into one intersection if we anticipate vehicles needing to travel from one side to the other. So I'd also say if this was a school on one side and a bunch of houses on the other, we'd want to make sure that those are going to marry up with each other because it's probably a high degree of likelihood that they are crossing at that location. I think in this circumstance with the types of units that are currently in heritage cottages, that there's likely not a lot of cross traffic that will occur, it would be my estimation. So I would just not put that as high as a priority or a safety concern, honestly.
I'm going to look back to Jenny and put her on the spot just a little bit. Jenny, is there a problem with continuing this? And I'm assuming that the zoning could probably be handled with a condition, couldn't it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the zoning could be handled with a condition. We could downzone to the RM 10, 15, or 20. 10 is 13 units an acre, 20 is 27 units an acre, and 15 is 20 units an acre. We can also condition that lot and that zoning to a building height of maybe similar to the R10 district, which the principal building height is 40 feet in that district. We can certainly condition that. Additionally, the recommended conditions that are included in the staff report, those are typically items that would occur. You've seen these types of conditions before on plats where we require the development agreement to be submitted and approved with final plat submittal and approval and recordation, and temporary turnaround easements as well. I think that there's some plats on the east side of Bismarck, north or south of 43rd that we required that as well.
Okay, thank you. So then it comes down to traffic. What?
At least from my recommendation, I feel comfortable with the two intersections as presented. I think I'd feel even more comfortable of treating that southerly one as a secondary access only, having it gated, and those would be elements that we could integrate into that development agreement. I think that solves, as far as I am concerned, or at least addresses the concerns on access spacing, speed limit. That can change if it's annexed into the city. If it doesn't annex into the city, it probably remains at 55 or whatever the 85th percentile speed of the traveling public is using on that facility.
Okay. Then I'm gonna look over to Ben. And Ben, does it make sense to continue this?
It's really up to you at this point. I think there's been a motion and a second, so if you choose not to, you'll have to withdraw those motions. And the second, I think from staff's perspective, if the traffic is addressed from Gabe's perspective adequately, I think we're comfortable with the conditions you have identified or Jenny has identified for the zoning. So.
Okay. So for right now, go ahead, Cole.
Is the
Commissioner
city going
Johnson.
what's the annexation process? Is that the plan of the city right now?
I guess I can answer from my understanding. The application has the annexation of all of Tyler Parkway adjacent to this plat, which would bring both what is already annexed into the city on the east side and part of Heritage Cottages, as well as then what would be the Blackstone addition on the west side, all into the city, at least through this area. Wouldn't be north of the plat necessarily, though.
But that's part of this annexation request right now?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we've got a motion on the table to continue and a second. Any additional discussion? If not, Sarah, I'm going to ask you to call roll.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes?
Okay. Commissioner Larson.
No.
Commissioner Lukens.
Yes.
Commissioner Shell.
No.
Commissioner Field.
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz.
Yes.
Commissioner Seebeck.
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner.
Yes.
Commissioner Zent.
Yes.
And Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. This item will be continued to our next month's meeting. We'll move on to item H in our regular agenda. Jenny? Certainly. Let's take a quick recess.
Their pants aren't busy.
But easier just to change the designation on the building and just go in. Because that's the only thing people are really bitching about. They don't want to park.
It's kind of how I feel too, but.
Park District approval will be September 11th, but Dakota told me. So, Say hi to Kevin.
We are now to item number H in our regular agenda, which is High Top Acres Third Subdivision, Block 1, Lot 7. And Lauren is going to provide us with staff report.
Good evening, Chairman Schwartz and Commissioners. Ronald and Rebecca Mukel, please. Michael, thank you. Ronald and Rebecca Michael request approval of a special use permit to increase the allowable area of accessory structures to 3,200 square feet on Lot 7, Block 1, High Top Acres, 3rd subdivision. The project area is 1.95 acres and is located northeast of Bismarck, east of 26th Street Northeast, and north of 71st Avenue Northeast on the west side of Moonstone Lane. The parcel is within the RR residential zoning district and is large enough to have an allowable maximum size of accessory structures of 2,400 square feet without the approval of a special use permit. There is an accessory structure on the property currently, and the applicant has noted that this would be removed prior to the construction of the proposed 3,200 square foot accessory structure. The property has been identified as rural residential in the future land use plan. Adjacent uses include single-family residences to the north, south, east, and west. The public was notified of this request. A notice was published in the Bismarck Tribune on August 15th and 22nd, and 87 postcards were mailed to the owners of nearby properties on August 15th. Additionally, the project is located within Hay Creek Township, which was notified of this request on July 30th. Staff have received one phone call regarding this request. The individual was concerned not so much with the increase of the accessory building square footage, but what the building would be used for. The request was evaluated according to standards contained within the comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and relevant state law. The lot conforms to the minimum lot size requirement of the underlying zoning district and the proposed request. The lot size is greater than 65,000 square feet and may increase the total allowable accessory structure size to a maximum of 3,200 square feet with approval of a special use permit by the Planning and Zoning Commission. As a result of all findings contained within the staff report, City of Bismarck staff find that the proposed special use permit would not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare and is consistent with the comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the special use permit to increase the allowable area of accessory structures to 3,200 square feet on Lot 7, Block 1, High Top Acres, 3rd subdivision. Do you have any questions for me?
Commissioners, questions for Lauren? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Lauren. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so with that, I'll open the public hearing. Is either the requester or representative here?
Hi, I'm Becky Michael. I am the owner of this house, and we are proposing to build a 40 by 80 shop, 16-foot sidewalls, has been engineered, structured engineered plans have been submitted. Basically, my husband is a over-the-road truck driver for a company, but would not have a company ran out of our shop. He likes to tinker on old semis, so that's why there are 16-foot sidewalls, so he can pull them in. Any questions for me?
Commissioners, questions for Becky? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Becky. Thank you.
Thank you.
The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. And I'm not seeing or hearing any, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any additional comments, Lauren?
None at this time, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, Commissioners, this is a request for a special use permit, and staff's recommendation is to approve. What are your wishes?
Motion
to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Zent and a second from Commissioner Bittner. Any additional discussion? And I'm not seeing or hearing any. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Sivak,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Schell,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. Moved on to item number I in our regular agenda, and that's Silver Ranch 4th Edition, Block 1, Lot 3. And Isaac is going to provide us with staff.
Yes, good evening again, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. For this next regular agenda item, Man Signs, on behalf of Bismarck Public Schools, is requesting approval of a special use permit for an electronic message center sign within a residential zoning district on Lot 3, Block 1, Silver Ranch, 4th Edition. This is located in northeast Bismarck, east of 52nd Street Northeast, and along the north side of Noble Drive, as you can see on the screens there. This property is the future site of the Bismarck Career Academy at Silver Ranch, named as such because it is within the still developing Silver Ranch series of neighborhoods and developments there. Much of the surrounding area is zoned residentially and would be most likely expected to develop in that type of pattern. The site itself is 461,707 square feet, or about 10 acres in land. The future land use plan identifies this area as being within the neighborhood mixed use category, which are broadly described as social and commercial gathering spaces for the immediate surrounding residential areas. And the sign itself, the location of it, is proposed to be near the intersection of Noble Drive and Silver Boulevard there, so kind of the southeast corner of the property. And proposed to be oriented in such a way that it could be viewed kind of diagonally, so viewed from both roadways there. The sign meets all the relevant dimensional standards for electronic message centers within a residentially zoned property, and the applicant has provided, yes, you can see the site exhibit there, and the applicant has provided a sign statement identifying that the relevant operational requirements and sign features, as well as the property owner's intent on meeting those ongoing requirements. So some of those requirements, for example, include only having one EMC sign per parcel. That sign, as you can see there on the screen, the electronic portion of it cannot be more than 32 square feet, and not more than 50% of the total sign body can be in that EMC type. There's limits on the illumination level, when the sign can be in full operation versus when it must be either turned off or displaying a static image, and there's prohibition on displaying full motion video, and there must be a mechanism in place to freeze the sign on a specific static image if a malfunction occurs. So the public was notified of this request via publications in the Bismarck Tribune on August 15th and 22nd, and 4 postcards were mailed to nearby property owners on August 15th. Because the area is still developing, the developer still owns a majority of the land there. Which is why there's a few number of postcards. So to my knowledge, staff have not received any public comments or inquiries regarding this specific request. And as a cumulative result of all the findings contained in the staff report, City of Bismarck staff find that the special use permit for the EMC sign within a residentially zoned district would not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare, and that it is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, Bismarck Code of Ordinances, and relevant state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the special use permit for the EMC sign on Lot 3, Block 1, Silver Ranch, 4th Edition. Does the commission have any questions for me?
Commissioners, questions for Isaac? I'm not seeing or hearing any.
All right,
Isaac.
thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, so with that, I will open the public hearing and would ask that either the requester or a representative come to the podium.
Hello, Commissioners. Shannon Schlinger with Man Signs, representing Bismarck Public Schools also. They're just going to use this thing for the same as all their other schools, acknowledgements, announcements, same, thing that they use all their others for. If you have any questions for me.
Commissioners, questions? I'm not seeing or hearing any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. And I'm not seeing anybody jumping up to do that. So I'm going to close the public hearing. And with that, Isaac, any additional comments?
Not at this time, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, this is a request for a special use permit, and staff recommends approval. What are your wishes?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Commissioner Bittner.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Zant. Any additional discussion? And
Mr.
I'm not-
Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Bittner.
I think it's kind of remarkable that we're looking at a sign prior to houses being constructed in the area so that the sign will exist before houses go in. That's kind of a first. I think that's a good idea. Thanks.
It is a novel idea. Thank you. All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any additional comments? Not seeing or hearing any. Sarah, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lukens,
Yes.
Commissioner Shell, excuse me,
Yes.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Sivak,
Yes.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Commissioner Bittner,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes, the motion is approved. We are down to the last item in our regular agenda, item number J, which is the keeping of chickens. And Jenny is going to provide us with staff report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, you guys hungry? Now let's talk chicken. Chair Schwartz, Commissioners, the Community Development Department requests approval of a zoning ordinance text amendment to sections 14023, 140306, 140401, and 140401.1 to allow chickens to be kept within city limits and to eliminate the setback requirements for coops within residential properties in the extraterritorial area or the ETA. The Bismarck City Commission at their meeting on February 25th, 2025 requested staff from the Community Development Department to pursue a zoning ordinance text amendments to allow chickens to be kept within the city limits. I should note that chickens up to 10 hens have been permitted for residential zoning districts outside the city limits in the ETA since 2017. In 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission directed staff to prepare a zoning ordinance text amendment to allow the keeping of chickens in residential districts within the city limits. They did recommend approval of that ordinance. However, upon introduction at the City Commission, the ordinance was denied the opportunity to move forward to a public hearing. Fast forward now to 2025, February 2025, shortly after the City Commission directed staff to pursue this zoning ordinance text amendment, a stakeholder group was formed. Their group included representatives from the public, the Bismarck City Commission, Dakota Zoo, and Burleigh County Extension. I believe they also go by NDSU Extension Burleigh County, and city staff from the Police Department, Public Health Department, and City Attorney's Office. The group met 4 times between April and July to review requirements from peer communities and educational products, and certainly educational products from NDSU Extension Burleigh County. The group focused on drafting an ordinance that would provide city residents within residential zoning districts an opportunity to keep chickens with clear and enforceable requirements. Proposed changes include definitions for chicken, chicken coop, and chicken run. A statement of intent clarifying that chickens must be kept at an individual or household scale, promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of the city, and that no commercial production would be permitted within residential districts. Notification that the city will not be responsible to secure chickens at large or be liable to damage to any property or injury to any chicken. Permit requirements, permit revocation, and appeals processes. The stakeholder group noted that a one-time permit, no annual renewal, should be required for those who wish to keep chickens. A minimal fee was recommended to cover administrative costs. Permits would include contact information and a signed statement that the applicant will at all times keep chickens confined in a coop and run and will not allow chickens to run at large. NDSU and Burleigh County Extension both provide several publications and training opportunities related to the keeping of chickens for people. Residents obtaining a permit would be encouraged to review those publications and participate in training opportunities. The proposed ordinance also includes standards including fencing requirements, coop locations, and the number of hens permitted. The stakeholder group proposed that 6 hens should be permitted, that a coop or run must be screened from adjoining properties and rights-of-way by a solid privacy fence or wall at least 6 feet in height, and that a coop must meet accessory building setbacks. The stakeholder group also discussed other fowl, such as quail and duck, but ultimately decided that only chickens should be included in this ordinance. The stakeholder group also agreed that the location requirements for coops within the city and ETA should be similar and decided that the requirement to locate a coop 150 feet from a neighboring residence or structure within the ETA should be removed. In an effort to increase public awareness and engagement for the proposed ordinance, an online survey was promoted through the city's website and social media accounts. The survey took place between March 21st and April 1st, and 655 responses were received. Survey results as to whether or not chickens should be allowed within city limits and if residents would keep chickens if allowed were split fairly evenly. 44% of the respondents stated that chickens should not be allowed, and 56% said they should be allowed. 13% stated that if allowed, they would not keep chickens. 48% said they would, and 39% were undecided. The survey results were included in your packet. 16 independently submitted comments have also been received since that February 25th, 2025 Bismarck City Commission meeting. 7 in favor, 8 opposed, and 1 neither for or against, but expressing health concerns related to keeping chickens. These comments were also included in your packet. Additionally, a notice was published in the Tribune for the ordinance on August 15th and 22nd. We have not received any additional comments besides those that were included in your packet. I should note, if the Planning Commission recommends approval of the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment, additional coordination with the city attorney will be needed to amend any potential conflicts within other sections of the City Code of Ordinances, specifically Title 3, Animal Control and Protection. Section 30102 of this title explicitly prohibits the keeping and raising domestic fowl within corporate limits. However, there are specific exemptions included in this section for zoos, schools, and clinics or research facilities. This request was evaluated according to the standards contained within our comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and state law. And as a result of all the findings contained in the staff report, staff find that the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment would not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare, and is consistent with our comprehensive plan, code of ordinances, and state law. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the zoning ordinance text amendment to sections 140203, 140306, 140401, and 140401.1 to allow chickens to be kept within city limits and to eliminate the setback requirements for coops within residential properties in the extraterritorial area. Do you have questions?
Commissioners, questions for Jenny?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bittner.
Could you tell me a little bit more about the elimination of a setback requirement in the ETA? I'm not quite following that.
Sure, Commissioner Bittner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Right now, the ordinance requirement for folks in the ETA, the RR and RR5 residential zoning districts, those folks have since 2017 had the ability to have hens, 10 of them on their property. There was a requirement, or still is a requirement in that ordinance, that any coops need to be 150 feet away from neighboring structures. So if a neighboring structure was 15 feet from their property line, the property owner who wanted the coop on their property would have to be 150 feet away from that structure. The stakeholder group, felt that the requirements should mirror those of the city, and that requirement should be eliminated.
Okay, I'll tell you the reason that I asked. Directly across the road from my place, at one time, there was an outbreak of some kind of I forget the name of it, but it's a disease that causes dogs to get, I know it's an uncomfortable subject, but dogs would get bloody diarrhea. And then this is transmissible to humans. And the problem was, at the time, the people across the road were keeping guinea hens, and they're pretty notorious for chasing all around the countryside. And those guinea hens would get out here and they'd get hit on the road, and maybe they'd end up on my land, and then inevitably my dog would end up dining on roadkill, and then he'd pick up this disease. We must have treated it like 4 times. And, I probably spent about $5,000 on this, where this disease was being transmitted to my land from a chicken coop right across the road. So I kind of have issues with the closeness to other property. And maybe since everything is in fences, if the fences are proper and they're the right size and whatever, maybe that can be addressed. But I'm real sensitive to the possibility of disease transmission. Now, the new people that own the place across the road, really good neighbors and all that, they took the chicken coop because it was on skids and they moved it to the other side of the property, so that no chickens, even though they're free-range chickens, no chickens get out on the road and get roadkill and bring that whatever that disease was, because it's like present in the soil or something. Anyway, that kind of self-corrected just by them moving the chicken coop. So I'm not real wild about reducing the setback requirements in the ETA. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bittner. Commissioners, additional questions for Jenny? Commissioner Field?
So are you going to recover or require a cover on chicken run?
No.
Chickens fly.
Yeah, chickens fly, right?
Yeah, I have 8-foot fences and they still can fly over it. Occasionally, one will decide to fly over. So I don't think that's a huge deal. If you don't have a cover, you're going to have chickens breaking out. And then their neighbor's going to be choking their chicken. So I think a cover would be appropriate, like a netting or something.
Well, I think it's even more of an issue there. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed, Commissioner Bittner.
Out here at my place, we've got a real, a fair amount of birds of prey. We got owls, and we've got these, what are they, Swanson hawks, that just love to go after this kind of thing. And so if it was a run that was not covered, that's bait out here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Last time this was up in 2021, there was a number of requirements, specific requirements like this.
Mhm.
Why were those removed?
Sure,
Or
thank you.
not pursued again?
Sure, that's a good question, Commissioner Johnson, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. At that time, there was some interpretation of state law that said, that was interpreted that chickens that were caught at large had to be housed within our animal control facility. So both PD and animal control were very concerned about their role in this particular ordinance. Our city attorney has read through that code and is comfortable with the way that the language is in the state century code that would not be required. So the stakeholder group felt that we could eliminate or remove some of those requirements or not introduce some of those requirements. Again, wanting to make sure we had clear and enforceable rules and we didn't negatively price point somebody out of keeping chickens.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Additional
Mr.
question?
Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner
Yes.
Bittner.
Have you given any consideration to how you're handling the waste from these chickens? I grew up on a farm and around farms my whole life, and one of the big things was you always had to clean out the chicken coop. It's got to go someplace, but you got to maintain it. You can't, is there anything in these ordinances that relate to cleanliness? How are we handling waste?
Sure,
or are you just
Commissioner.
leaving it up kind of the Wild West or what? Thank you.
I think the stakeholder group, and there are a number of those folks in the audience, and if they're willing, they can come on up and answer some of these questions as well. The stakeholder group really felt that the folks that were tending to the chickens, chicken tenders, if you will, would be good chicken tenders and make sure that they were cleaning the coop, very similar to someone who has a dog in their yard that cleans up after themselves as well. Not having those additional requirements and those additional staff time inspection requirements. Again, clear and enforceable rules is what the goal of the group was.
Okay, so there's nothing in the ordinances then about cleanliness or health and waste management and that sort of thing? Is that
Not
that
as
what I'm
written.
hearing? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bittner. Commissioner Johnson?
I don't want to make this meeting go longer, but it just, on the last time, predators were a big concern.
Mhm.
And I think having all the fencing requirements and the cover and everything alleviated some of those. Is there concern that that's going to be an issue if we don't have requirements and they could be getting out or gotten to?
Sure. If the chickens were not in the coop, they would be in the run. The run would be surrounded by a fence. If it's your want to require that we add a section in here that says that the run has to be a covering, we can certainly do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioners, additional questions for Jenny? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Jenny. Thank you.
You bet.
This is a public hearing, so with that, I will open the podium to those that would care to speak to this text amendment.
Hello. My name is Marvin Lepp. I already signed this once. I'm good, right? Yep. Okay. First off, I apologize for my lack of normal decor, which is suit and tie, but I was not planning on coming tonight. As for this ordinance, I've been a proponent of this ordinance for the last 4 to 5 years. I attended the meetings back in 2021. I readdressed this with the City Commission in 2023, emailing all of them, including the list of the livability survey from 2017, addressing and requesting the city to bring this back to the table. At that point, the city attorney had contacted me and told me that I would no longer be able to talk with the commissioners individually for fear of breaking open meeting law. Obviously not the case if you've read the 42 pages that the state's attorney has provided on open meetings. As for chickens in town, anybody that's going to be committing to this will have costs. A decent sized coop, you're talking $200 to $300 to house 4 chickens comfortably. So you will have the cost for that. You will have the cost for the run. Initially speaking, anybody that's willing to go through this process is looking at about $1,000 between feed, run, coop, and other necessities that are going to be required. Additionally, they are year-round chickens that they will be keeping. So you'll be looking at heating the coop and providing for the animal's well-being. The people that are willing to commit to this will go through these steps. It's not an argument of cleanliness. The coop will be cleaned out. It's 6 birds. I grew up ranching. We kept 150 chickens a year. I know what cleaning the chicken coop out's like. It's nasty. But on 6 birds, your dogs in your yard probably use the bathroom more than these birds will. A rotating stock of straw is easy to maintain. As for the setback requirements, again, in town, it's physically impossible to do a 150-foot setback from many of your neighbors. Whereas if that setback is eliminated, it allows a person to build their run closer to their house to provide additional shelter for those coops for our winters. A bird is able to warm themselves to about 20 degrees, and after that, additional heat is required in order to keep them from frostbite or freezing. So with that elimination of the setback, the reduction of a wind that people that can put in their yards, you will help with that. As for the 6-foot fence, again, half the neighborhoods in town already have privacy fences. We're not asking people to go out of the way to put up a fence. But if somebody really wants these birds, they're going to do it. Again, additional revenue, additional requests for the city. My only issue with what's being brought forward is the permit part of it. It's not necessarily that it's a bad thing. But how many people in town have dogs that aren't permitted? How many people in town are going to know to go through the steps to even get the permit, or they're just going to see that chickens are required and go out and get them, and next thing you know, somebody's knocking on their door to take them away because they didn't get a required permit. Our biggest issue when it comes to public notification is nobody reads the paper anymore. They don't. And if you got a digital copy, you're sure as heck not going to find these notices. So if you're going to do something like that, you're going to have to look at, instead of wasting money on filing it in the Tribune, putting up billboards on main thoroughfares. This is coming to a vote. This needs to be discussed. Instead of relying on a select few people that read the Tribune. I didn't know about this meeting tonight until a friend of mine texts me and goes, hey, they're talking about chickens tonight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even been here. And that word of mouth, that lack of word of mouth, is why as soon as we were past the fight from earlier tonight, we're empty in here. My other biggest issue that I want to talk about is when I did email the city commission, one of the things that I did include was the 2017 livability survey that was recommended for passing of chickens. Within 2 weeks of me sending this to the commission, that same link became a 404 not found. They scrubbed the survey off the site. No longer available. So when it comes to people asking questions, or you want people to come put in their input and be informed, when it comes to chickens, the people that want to do this just want to provide for their family. My wife and I are both farm kids. We are both grew up in Burleigh County. I'm originally from Ware, but I lived out by Naughton. She's from Gibbs Township, so like rural Burleigh County has been my life. We live in town now, but with us both being 4-H kids, you guys passing this will allow me to allow my little girl to raise and show her own chickens at the state fair. It will allow her to know that responsibility of caring for animals that are more than just dogs that want to sit on your lap and steal food off your plate. And also teach her to grow and create and provide her own food beyond more than what just a garden is. So when it comes to what you guys are proposing, it is amazing. It's about time. And to not pass this, I think, would be an injustice to people to be able to provide for their families. And I know that there's some in the room that want us to look like bigger metropolises. We're North Dakota. We are rural at heart. We are different stock. We are the people that are here when it's 100 below, above and 80 below. When the lights go out because there's a power break, I want to know that my family can still eat. That's what I have. Any questions?
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Field?
So you're currently a chicken tender?
I can't be a chicken tender because I live in Bismarck.
I live in the EDA and I have chickens.
Yep.
And the only reason it concerns me not to have covers and stuff is people in town, if they see your chicken out running around, they aren't going to stop and catch it and bring it back. They're going to kill it.
But again,
or drive over it.
But again, where that fence comes into play, because honestly speaking, most of these birds are going to be so fat on feed, they're not going to get 3 feet off the ground.
Well, once mine fly over the 8-foot fence, they run right back to the fence because their buddies are on the other side. So all I have to do is open the gate and they run back in.
Well,
so they aren't hard to catch.
And like my neighborhood, we already have pheasants. I took a picture of a turkey, a full-grown tom in my yard less than 3 weeks ago, just standing there looking at me because he wasn't afraid. We have barn owls. I've watched deer walk across Washington at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I've got probably...
And that's Washington and Century. That's not Washington and 43rd.
Yeah, I've got like 50 wild turkeys that the city of Bismarck owns that live in my yard. They haven't come out and picked them up yet.
So, I mean...
They don't count against me for poultry, do they?
Which, again, I mean, the people that are going to want to do this are going to put the time into it. They're going to care for these birds.
So your position is we shouldn't need a permit. We should just pass it that you can have chickens.
The permit, I mean, you're going to you're going to spend more time chasing your tail and issuing fines for lack of permits than moving forward on it. You know?
So you think
I mean, how many people in town do you think only have 1 dog registered and they got 4 running around their yard?
Well, I think, to answer your question, I think that's the concern, is that you have those folks that don't follow any sort of rules. Somebody might get some chickens and then just not know how to handle them and how to do it appropriately and look out for the welfare of the animal. I don't think we should just make an assumption that somebody that buys some chickens are going to take care of them properly.
Again, it's going to be a cost commitment that I don't think a lot of people are in a really big hurry to make right now in the current economy.
Commissioners, any additional questions? I think we're good.
All right, thank you folks for your time. Have a wonderful
Thanks.
evening.
Podium's open for others that would love to address this.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rosalind Weber. I go by Rosie. Hi. This is my first planning and commissioners, chair, mayor, thank you for your time. This is my first planning and zoning meeting. I didn't know what I was getting into, so all I have to say is thank you for your service. Thank you. I had the pleasure of serving on the stakeholder committee as said stakeholder. I grew up on a farm in Michigan. I have to clarify, not the city, not the town of Michigan, North Dakota, the state of Michigan, but I married a North Dakota boy. So we now live here, and, we love it, but I would love to get some chickens. I would love to get some backyard chickens. So my expertise, very minimal, but I can tell you, I grew up in 4-H. I showed chickens for 14 years, raised them on a farm. I did, I think the big thing that when we were talking a lot about this ordinance this time, the difference between last time and this time is the environment has changed quite a bit. I think the main driver for people today is cost. And, inflation has affected everybody. In 2021, the conversation was a little bit different. Yes, we were in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also avian influenza has, rocked us, and it has rocked our supply chains between the pandemic and between avian influenza really spreading like wildfire through a lot of commercial facilities, layer facilities. So, I have a lot to say, but I'm actually going to spare everybody because we've broke 4.5 or almost 4.5 hours. I did just want to quickly comment on some things that brought up. Yes, chickens do fly, but in short bursts. I think a net is a great idea. Or you could have curved, tops, something to keep them in there if that's going to help. And maybe, the police department would really appreciate that probably. The waste question, composting is a great idea. The resources that NDSU Extension has, those are the places where, we can turn folks to if they have questions about how to handle the waste, if they're concerned. I think my other question is, how do we regulate dog waste? I think the real reason that we scaled back this ordinance compared to last time is to mimic other ordinances for other animals that require permits. Treating these a little bit more, similarly, so there's some more consistency within the rules. The rule book. The permit, I did just want to, I disagree a little bit actually with not having a permit. I think a permit actually helps weed out those who are serious chicken tenders and those who are not serious. So it also allows for some enforcement on the city's part. And I also don't know if the city's going to come knocking on your door and take your chickens away necessarily, but I think the folks that I've worked with at the city have been very accommodating and want to work with people and say, okay, do you have a permit for this? All right, you don't. Great, let's rectify that. How about you come to our office and let's talk about that. So in conclusion, thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I really hope that you will vote in support, maybe offer an amendment on netting that also addresses the predator issue, and I hope we can resolve this tonight. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions for Rosie? Commissioner Zan.
Rosie, I don't see the problem with permitting. You're going to buy these chickens maybe from Runnings or Fleet Farm. They could just say, as you're buying them, you're going to have a permit, and you guys can influence them and let them know that a permit's required. They would share that, and then they get their chickens and all their fencing and everything, and then go get a permit. I don't see that as a big problem.
I don't either. I agree.
Commissioners, additional questions? I'm not seeing or hearing any, Rosie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Hope you get to eat soon.
The podium is open for others that would care to address this agenda item. I'm not seeing or hearing anybody, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Jenny, any additional comments?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Commissioners, this is a request for a zoning ordinance text amendment, and staff recommends approval. What are your wishes?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Commissioner Field. A second from Commissioner Zent. Any discussion? Commissioner Johnson.
I agree that it should be approved, or something should be approved. I'm torn on whether or not it's this looser version, or if it was a version similar to last time, 2021. The thing I liked about having all those restrictions or requirements was it made the costs real. Once you started thinking about it, you look at what that permit require, what the ordinance requires, and you see this isn't some eggs and let them hatch and you're fine. You have that $1,000 investment to do it well and do it right. I kind of liked having that, and I think it gave a little bit more. The police department wasn't on board last time, but it at least let you see, like, you know, they're going to be in there, they're going to be contained, and predators aren't going to get to them, and you're going to build up a higher predator population within the city because of this. So I'm a little torn on whether or not it should be this loose.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bittner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with that. I don't think anybody's looking out for the animals here. I don't see anything that has a minimum requirement of square footage or how much room they need to roam. We're talking about real animals here. Now, my daughter is a veterinarian. I could ask her opinion, I guess, but I think it's entirely too loose. I don't think there's enough thought has gone into how do you make sure that the health concerns are addressed, the possibility of bird flu. I mean, there's so many things that the waste issue, just say, well, maybe we'll compost it. I don't think I live out in the country and I grew up on the farm. I don't see that being a good idea in town. That's just my opinion. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bittner. Commissioner Lukens, you had your hand up there.
I did. I think I agree with both Commissioner Johnson and Bittner quite a bit. I think the part that I get hung up on probably is the waste a little bit, and if these are technically then being considered personal property, I don't know if that was covered yet, or in all technicality if that's true or not. Did anybody happen to know? In all technicality, if they would be?
They would be technically personal property.
Sure. So I guess in the terms of them, flying as they can and becoming a nuisance, and what a person chooses to do with that nuisance, if it persists, what repercussions would come of that to that person, I guess, i.e. killing the chicken. So, as gruesome as that sounds.
have to choke your chicken.
Right. But I think that's where I get hung up on, and I completely agree there's many different ways to then monetarily monitor that and, physically confine that either by a net or cage or what covering or what have you, but it seems like there's a lot of different avenues you could go, and there's plenty of upstanding citizens that would follow by every single rule out there and make a true effort, but there's plenty that will probably not. So I know personally, my dog is a bird dog, and a chicken would not last in my yard if it were to land in there. There's also people who, there's a ton of different ways you could flip this coin. That's why I'm really torn on it, but I probably would oppose.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lukens. I think Commissioner Zent had his hand up first.
That's
Commissioner,
fine.
weren't you going to say something?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Schmitz.
So I have a difficult time with this, and it's from the component of chickens will get loose. We already have said that our animal control unit will not be responsible for them, so there's going to be further birds besides turkeys and geese and ducks that are wild animals roaming, and they do create mess I can attest to the turkeys already because I have those, and we're just going to have more of that. I have a hard time. I think there's also a risk of an increased chance of illnesses to be spread to our other wildlife and to humans. But I have a hard time. I don't know how we have a big enough area in any one yard to truly take care of these animals in a humane way.
Thank you, Commissioner Schmitz. Commence.
I'll wait.
I grew up
Commissioner
on
Sivak.
I grew up on a farm as well. We had a lot of chickens, and we had to heat them, right? Straw. What do you heat them with? We had a heat lamp. Heat lamps catch on fire with straw, right? So that's just kind of what I thought is the waste is going to be foul smell. I wouldn't want to live next to people with chickens, I got to say. But I grew up on a farm, and I don't mind people having chickens, but I just wouldn't want to live next to them. But the fire thing with the straw, are they going to have electric heaters? Are they going to have heat lamps? How are they going to keep them warm? Some people aren't going to know that. And when you get a heat lamp close to straw, it's going to catch on fire. We've had that happen many times. So learn from experience, but in town, you're next to a house, it's different. So that's all.
Commissioner Seelak, thank you for yours. Commissioner Larson, you.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Fellow commissioners, I can't believe I'm talking about this again. What the heck? For those of you who don't know, I got the pleasure of sitting on the Mandan City Commission when we dealt with the chicken ordinance. I've spent way too many hours listening to people talk about chickens at this point than I would ever like. So first off, Jenny, my question is to you, did you reach across the river and talk with Mandan about their ordinance and their experience, and specifically how many permits are actually applied for anymore?
Sure, I did. I spoke with Andrew. Andrew's not there anymore. But they do permit them, 10 hens. There are some setback requirements. He told me that the complaint volume was low and they issue between 10 to 12 permits a year.
Thank you. And the reason I bring that up is because that was exactly our experience. A lot of people love the idea of this, but the utilization of it was virtually non-existent, and the permitting of it was even more non-existent, despite the huge hoopla that went into Walmart and Runnings and every other store selling coops. Just isn't the case, and I think it's interesting because there's a perception of this idea of providing for your house and stuff and not realizing the massive amount of cost that goes into this, especially for a small amount of chickens. I mean, you are not doing this to save money if you're doing this on that kind of scale. So, I mean...
No free eggs?
No free eggs. And I mean, I'm passionate about our local producers. And so to me, it's crazy if you're living in town to think that you want to have chickens. We have amazing local producers that have egg supply. You can move out of city limits not that far to be able to do this if this is something you're truly passionate about. But on a small scale, I mean, this is completely a hobby at this point and something you're going to throw money into realistically. And I can't believe I'm talking about this again. I was passionately a no the first several times we talked about this. I am still passionately a no. I don't think this makes any sense within city limits, no matter what bows we put around it.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. The only one that, hang on a minute, Mr. Commissioner. Commissioner Schell, you haven't voiced anything so far, so.
There's not a lot of engineering perspective that I can add to this one, so I'm relatively neutral on it. I really don't care one way or the other. I think most people will be good. I think we can make rules for lots of things that we don't, and hopefully people are just do the good thing, clean up after their dogs. But when they don't, we have to make a rule about that. Clean up after your chickens. If you don't, we have to make a rule about it. So I would also think that if this did pass, there's still opportunities to amend and add additional rulemaking. If there was an issue that came up in the future, you could make additional rules or barriers at that point too. So I would vote yes, but I really don't care.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Schell. Commissioner Field.
You know, when you're talking about heating the coop, I struggled with that when I first got chickens because I'm like, I can't put heat lights in there because chickens go crazy and start jumping around in their coop, well, they knock the lights down. So you can't use an element electric heater because there's little pin feathers and dust in the coop, and that'll go in the heater and make it start on fire. So the only thing you can really use is an oil radiator heater, because those don't get that hot and they won't start a fire. So yeah, the people that have never had a chicken, they aren't going to know that they're going to burn their own coop down if they use the wrong furnace or heater.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
One last comment. I think since the city commission requested something be looked at and sent to them, my gut feel is to approve this, and if it's a looser version that's amended and adapted later, that's fine by me. And if the city commission feels differently about that, they can send it back too.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any additional comments? I'll throw mine in here. I first of all want to thank the stakeholder group for the time and energy that they have put into providing input to this process. And then I'd like to thank staff, because I know there's been a lot of energy that's gone into this. The number of people that I have spoken to, and there have been some within the city limits and some in the ETA, and I have yet to talk to anybody that really supports it. And so I tend to kind of fall into the same realm as Commissioner Larson. I'm really going to have a difficult time supporting it. So all that being said, we have Commissioner Zent.
I just wanted to say, I talked to a neighbor of my dad's who used to be on the Bismarck school board. And his comment was, when we talked about this, he'd rather have chickens instead of barking dogs in his.
I understand. All right. That being said, we have a motion on the table to approve. And without any more discussion, we'll have Sarah call roll.
Commissioner Field,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
No.
Commissioner Bittner,
No.
Commissioner Lukens,
No.
Commissioner Shell,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmitz,
No.
Commissioner Seebach,
No.
Commissioner Zent,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
No. The motion is not approved. With that, that wraps up the last item on our agenda for this evening. Our next scheduled meeting is for September 24th. I would like to thank everybody that has sat through and everybody's time this evening, because it's been quite a long one, both commissioners, staff, and of course, interested citizens. So thank you, and I adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Bittner.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks to everybody that paid particular attention to the input from the citizens. I know it was a long meeting, and I just think it was impressive that, we took action that reflected the neighbors' values and comments. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bittner. Appreciate that. Everybody have a good rest of the evening, what's left of it.